Morning, everyone. It's 10:03. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We are here in the presence of all of our council members, our clerk, who I tried to call treasurer last week, and our deputy clerk, as well as several senior staff people. And of course, our treasurer is here to walk us through the budget one more time. Our first item of business is our land acknowledgement statement. The Township of Hamilton is situated within the traditional territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabe, and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. Our work on these lands respectfully acknowledges their resilience and their long-lasting contributions to the area now known as the Township of Hamilton. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll confirm the agenda with the motion that reads that the agenda for the special council meeting held on December 15th, 2025 be approved. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Mark, seconded by Larry. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Item 5 on our agenda. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Seeing none, that will be recorded. I have not heard of anyone from the public with questions, either in the audience or online. Am I correct in that thought?
We've confirmed that no one has a question.
Thank you. Okay, our next item of business is adoption of our previous council and committee of the whole minutes. And the prepared motion reads that the minutes of the special council meeting held on December 9th and 10th be adopted. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Larry, seconded by Bruce. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.2 on our agenda. Prepared motion reads that the minutes of the December 9th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Mark, seconded by Bruce. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.3 on the agenda. Prepared motion reads that the minutes of the December 10th, 2025 Special Council being budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I would ask that we would withdraw that and just remove it from the agenda. We did move and pass that just above under 8.1.
Okay. We have some duplication.
Thank you.
All those mover and a seconder and all those who voted for it in favor of it being removed because of duplication? I'm saying yes, I'm from everyone. Daphne. Okay. Do we move on with 8.3?
8.3 struck.
8.3 struck. Okay. 9.1. At the Special Council Budget Meeting 2026, meeting number 1 held on December 10th, 2025, was requesting the following information be provided. Clarification on building maintenance supplies, line item for the Cold Springs Hall, budgeted amount of $8,100 for 2026. Statistics on the use of the renovation grant facility fee reimbursement budgeted annually at $2,000. Mike Robinson, Fire Chief, was asked to consider additional opportunities to save or reduce the budget. Lucas Kelly, Manager of Public Works, was asked to consider additional opportunities to save or reduce the budget. Mayor Jib asked all departments endeavor to come up with reductions for the proposed budget. During the proposed capital budget presentation, staff were asked to come back with, for the new vehicle, Public Works provided comparison of an EV SUV to a non-EV SUV or hybrid SUV for cost savings and fuel savings. Indicate how many hours would be put on each of the rubber-tired excavators and the European mower for 2025. Corporate services. T25-26 being the 2026 draft budget operating and capital budget, Township of Hamilton and Building Department. Prepared motion under 2025-26 being the 20.
Mr. Mayor, kindly, rather than proceed with putting that motion on the floor to receive the budget document for information, rather than that, because we know what happened last time, it would be cleaner if we asked our treasurer to give a presentation and then move the motions as they come up, rather than receive this for information at this time. Would
Well,
that
I,
be
for one,
okay?
am certainly supportive of that.
Okay.
Are my fellow council members supportive of that?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
You
you.
just want me to stop reading and turn this meeting over to our treasurer?
I do.
Would be the cleanest.
Thank you.
Nezrat, the floor is yours. Just before we really turn the microphone over to Nezrat, I want to say something, and it's me independently. A lot of work, a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of soul searching has gone into the budget to get it as reasonable as it is. There's a phrase that I've heard certainly recently. I don't know if I've heard it in the past, but certainly recently. And the phrase from staff is, only ask for what is needed. And I do believe that's a heartfelt statement. However, it's also a statement that's bothered me since we were together Wednesday. And the reason why it's been bothering me is because I feel that different levels of need. I mean, there's the need that we talk about to make improvements, to make advancements in our organization. There's obviously the need to maintain our level of service for our ratepayers. And then there's what I consider a survival phase. And my mind has gone, since last Wednesday, my mind has gone to that of our ratepayers. And a lot of them, many of them, are in survival mode. There's more people feeling uncomfortable about the economy. There's more people feeling uncomfortable about their job. I know from my visits to Community Works, being our food bank in Bewdley, that there's just more and more families every year. And to be honest with you, I, for myself, need to look at this budget in a survival mode perspective. I don't know whether that is something that anyone else shares with me or not, but that's where I am. So again, I turn back to staff, I turn back to Nezrat, and I say thank you for every effort that you and all of staff, including many that are not in this room with us today. But that's how I changed my mindset in the last few days. Sorry if that offends anyone, but that's, again, you've heard me say not too long ago that I'm kind of a blunt person, according to my family members, and that's where I am right now with my thought on the budget. Ezra, sorry, but the floor is yours.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Staff is requesting that Council approve the second draft 2026 operating and capital budget for the Township and the Building Department. At the first special budget meeting on December 10th, staff proposed tax levy increase of 7.4%. At that meeting, staff were asked by Council to review the budget once more and identify potential reduction where possible. We reviewed the budget and we are proposing a reduction of $78,000. These includes delaying the start date for the full-time fire admin assistant ARCs to July of 2026, a saving of $21,000 in 2026, reduction in other expenditure budget by $37,000, and increasing revenue budget by $20,000. These equates to a saving of $78,000 and takes the budget from 7.4% to 6.7%. So now, staff is proposing a budget of 6.7%, factoring in the assessment growth of 1%. The net levy increase for 2026 is 5.7%. For a single detached house with an assessment value of $335,000, this equates to an increase of $10 per month. With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take everyone to Appendix A of the staff report, which is the budget package, and I will start from page 52, please.
Although I didn't say it, Nazareth, I will for the record. If at any point in time you wish to keep the verbiage down through mayor and all that stuff, please feel free.
I will. Page 52, please. Page 52, Table 2 identifies all the savings, and I'll go through that in detail. As I've said, the first one, Fire Department is proposing to delay the start date of their full-time admin assistant from March 2026 to July 2026, a saving of $21,100. Fire Department is also decreasing their minor capital budget by $5,000. They're also increasing their fire call recoverable revenue by $10,000. Parks and facilities, they are increasing their ice rental revenue by $5,000 and their turf rental revenue by $5,000. Roads Department, they're decreasing their vehicle repair expense by $15,000, their winter control equipment rental by $7,000, hardtop maintenance by $5,000, and catch basins expense by $5,000. When I go through the detailed budget presentation, I'll go through everything in detail. If I can request everyone to go to page 53, please. As I've said, staff is proposing a budget increase of 6.7%, and it's divided into three parts: operational pressure and enhancement, external pressure, and capital contribution. Operational pressure and enhancement is increasing by 1.7%. At the first budget meeting, it was increasing by 2.4%, so we were able to get that down to 1.7%. External pressure, something that is not in our control, is increasing by 2.5%, and capital contribution is increasing by 2.5% as per the asset management plan. If I can request everyone to go to page 54, please. This is the consolidated budget in a snapshot. As I've said, we were able to reduce the budget by approximately $78,000 to bring it to 6.7%. In terms of changes from previous budget presentation, base is now increasing by 0.2%. New item is increasing by 0.8% because of a saving and delay in the start date. There's no other changes for reserve funded expenditure, service enhancement, external pressure, or capital contribution. Is there any question on the consolidated budget? As I've said, I will be going through the departmental budget presentation where we will go through the details. Any question?
I don't know why I put my hand up, but yes. Nazareth, I must have been thinking about something else. The base increase under operational pressures and enhancement, the base was 0.2%. And the new was,
So base in the first version was 0.7%. This version is 0.2%.
okay, and new being our new ass, obviously.
That's right. So first version was 1% increase. This version is 0.8% increase, a reduction of 0.2% because of the delaying of the start date.
Okay? And the other numbers that you referenced there would reflect on the reserve funding expense and the service enhancement. How did you relay that to us?
So those reserve-funded expenditure, service enhancement, external pressure, and capital contribution is identical to what was presented last week.
Thank you, Nazrat.
I would like to now take everyone to page 86. So I'm starting the departmental budget presentation, operating budget first, and then I'll go through the capital. We'll start with general government's budget. This budget, there is no change from what was presented at the first special budget meeting. Any question on page 86, please? As I've said, there is no change from what we presented in the first version or last week. If not, I'd like to start the pressure sheet. Again, page 87 has no change. There's no change from the first version. Is there any question on page 87? May I take everyone to page 88, please? This is the second part of the pressure sheet for General Gov. No change from the first version that was presented last week. Any question? If not, I'd like to take everyone to page 92, please. That is the planning and development budget. This is identical to what we presented at the last budget presentation last week. Any question on this page? If not, I'd like to take everyone to page 93, which is the pressure sheet for planning department. Again, no change from the previous presentation. May I take everyone to page 97? That is the bylaw department's budget. There is no change from what was presented at the first special budget meeting last week. If there's no question, I would like to go to page 98, which is the pressure sheet for the bylaw department. Again, this is identical to what was presented at the first special budget meeting. I would like to take everyone, if there's no question on bylaw, I'd like to take everyone to fire department's budget. I am going to be requesting our fire chief to help me with this one because there's been some changes to this budget. Page 105, please. So in terms of fire department's operating budget, they are proposing a budget of 17.9% increase. This is a decrease of approximately $36,000 from the previous budget presentation. We were at 20.6%. We were able to reduce that budget by 2.7% to right now, which is an increase of 17.9%. What are these related to? Well, the first one, we delayed the start date for the new staffing acts from March to July of 2026, a saving of $21,000. Minor capital budget decreased by $5,000. Fire call recoverable revenue budget increased by $10,000. And this takes the budget to an increase of 17.9%. As I've said, it's a reduction of approximately 2.7% from the previous version that we presented to council. Does council have any question on this page? Or I'm going to be going through the pressure sheet. That's when I'm going to go in detail.
Everyone, we have questions here. maybe wait for the pressure sheets. I think Nazrat, please.
If I can take everyone to page 106, please. Do you need it? So what I've done in the pressure sheet, you will see that I've highlighted the changes that we have made in this version compared to the previous version. So page 106 shows that the minor capital, it's flatlined. So in the previous version, we requested an increase of $5,000 for 2026. We're actually flatlining that budget. As a result, there's a reduction in 2026 budget by $5,000 from the previous version. Is there any question on this page?
I'm going to have my hand up, I guess, frequently, so you know I do have a question because I'm having trouble with my mic activating. $5,000 reduction. What type of items would that
Go ahead.
be reflecting on, Mike?
Through your Mayor Jib, our minor capital really becomes a pot of money that gets used for any capital expenditures that are not part of capital replacement. So from time to time, although we plan well for the PPE, for instance, you know, an additional helmet or two or three, or a pair of boots, or a door falls off the station, or something needs to be done. The reason for the initial ask of $20,000, if you look in 2023 and in 2024, our actuals were over the stated 15,000. I believe in 25, we got a better handle on that, and the ask was to align with actuals to help us have that buffer that we'd actually proven. The reduction is just to hold the line at the 15,000.
My knee-jerk comment is that we certainly don't want to put anyone at risk because of equipment not being up to standard. And I hear what you're saying, that there could be other items like a door on the home, which wouldn't put anybody at risk unless it's unique circumstance. But obviously you feel comfortable with this, Mike, and knowing your minor capital opportunities to maintain equipment, you must feel okay with this. So we take it, and thank you for that consideration.
Does anyone have any more question on page 106, please? If not, sorry.
Sorry, Nazar, just your personnel line, you're looking at 934,000. Who does that all take in? Am I asking, Mike?
Everyone. So the 52 part-time firefighters and the 3 full-time. No, complete fire staff. Correct. 2. Correct. And I'm not sure if it pleases council, when we're ready to have a more wholesome discussion about wages. I prepared a timeline graph for better understanding. So at the wishes of the mayor and better explanation when you're ready for that, I'm happy to have that discussion, if that's now or you'd like to do it through the pressure sheet.
That I'm sure interests a lot of council members. I'll turn to Nazrat. Nazrat, when, from your presentation, when do you feel it would be the best time to go through that?
I think it would be a good idea to talk about it when we go to page 107, which is the next page, where we are going to be talking about the new ARCs too.
We're either going to do it now or 4 minutes from now, so it doesn't matter. Let's move forward. And Mike, I mean, to be, again, blunt, I think the understanding of the dollars and the time that you shared with us last week on the day crew was really information that was hitting council to that extent for the very first time. So we'll probably have questions about that. So, Nazareth, I'll turn it back to yourself and/or Mike and say, please move forward.
So if I can take everyone to page 107, you'll see there are two lines that's been highlighted. Those are the changes from previous version. One, fire call recoverable revenue is increasing by $10,000 from previous version. And the admin assistant full-time position is going to be starting, well, we're proposing for it to start from July 2026 instead of March, a saving of $21,000 to 2026 budget. Does council have any question on page 107? This would be the time to ask question about personnel.
Larry, you seem to be heading towards first question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, on the report from Lumix on, in 2022, I think it was July, their recommendations regarding the administrative assistant, they indicate, item 12, that the fire chief should prepare a report for council's consideration and adoption that recommends the hiring of a part-time administrative assistant for the department. Now, that report was made in 2022. Has the work increased substantially enough that you would require a full-time administrative assistant?
I think I'm actually going to take a step back and speak of that revenue line first, because I think that is a success that the fire department's had, and one that probably wasn't highlighted well enough in the budget. So we proposed a very fair and achievable increase this year of $25,000. So from $100,000 to $125,000 as part of the initial budget package. When we got through the initial meeting last week and we were going back and looking for savings, I approached Nazareth and said I'd like to increase the revenues, of which we're always cautious because we like them to be, basically the money in the bank before we do that. To date, as of time of budget presentation, there's $157,000 in recoverables from the fire department. So I was quite confident in increasing that revenue to the 135 that's proposed, because there's still an additional $20,000 buffer as well as the fourth quarter of revenues to come in. That revenue is a new revenue that we work countless number of hours for, and that's the MTO recoverables. So yes, the ask in 22 was for a part-time person. Yes, there's enough new work, and examples of this and the new payroll system are two large ones that take large administrative time from the current full-time staff that's there to complete that. So you're absolutely right. In 22, Lumix completed the master fire plan for the township. In the summer of 22, that presentation was made to council by Lumix and it was received for information. The current staffing at that time, there were essentially three large asks that were there. One of them was to take the then district chief, reclassify the job because of the work that was being completed, title it a deputy fire chief, and go out for reevaluation. The part-time fire prevention officer to be restructured as a full-time fire prevention officer, and for that to be reclassified and paid accordingly. And the third was the administrative assistant. The day crew, suppression day crew that we're speaking of, started in 2017. The fire chief at the time implemented that suppression division, that day crew staffing model, and this is right out of the plan, in recognition of an industry trend that sees many volunteer fire departments having limited weekday staffing. The introduction of the staffing model provides the department with 2 volunteer firefighters, Monday to Friday from 8 to 4, who can respond to calls. The staffing model also allows the department to have firefighters available to complete other legislative requirements for the department, such as hose testing, breathing air management, and regular maintenance on vehicle equipment and facilities. The suppression day crew also bridges a gap for the township by ensuring that other life safety systems, such as fire extinguishers, automatic external defibrillators, and now generator, monthly testing for our facilities are completed and operational. It also looked in that same study of resource deployment based on NFPA 1720 and the organizational and deployment of fire suppression, emergency medical operations, and special operations, and Lumex noted that 21 of the fire incidents that we had during the study period met or exceeded the minimum staffing model based on the use of those 2-day crew. If I can pass out the council a bit of a journey. There are a few highlights that I'd like to take in this journey. First one's being the first largest staffing change that council made. In 2013, you hired a full-time fire chief. For reference, the part-time fire wages in 2015, that's excluding the fire chief, were $475,091. Sorry, $475,091. If you look right current, 10 years later, our part-time wages are still under what the part-time wages were of that time, which is the representation of your part-time or volunteer staff at that time. Albeit, council has agreed, and we have added full-time staff, but talking dollars for dollar for part-time staff, after 10 years, we are still under where we were in 2015. In 2018, you hired my previous position as a full-time district chief. Breaking it down even further, that recognized the savings in 2021, and you see the breakdown there of $383,865 for part-time, $203 for full-time. You see the increase in 2022 based on COLA and call volume, and then our next biggest move in 2023, where we hired the full-time fire prevention officer and reclassified the district chief to deputy chief. We actually had a small reduction in our part-time wages in that year because, as we remember, our fire prevention officer at that time was a part-time employee and was swung over to a full-time, essentially making that a wash. Since 2023, the largest hits to our budget in 2024 were for OMERS being offered to part-time staff, which was about $30,000, which was on cue with what we expected. And then a slight increase today in the part-time based on that 5-year call volume of 400 a year and the push that we've had through our training to get to our firefighter certification for 2026. So I just wanted to highlight to council that yes, those moves were made. Yes, they were all part of the master fire plan. And yes, they've all been done with the same budget money for the part-time line.
Someone's going to say any questions, and I got one or two, Mike. Mike, the day shift crew started in what year again?
2017.
Okay, that's what I had. And the Lumax report that we speak of referencing a day crew and a part-time assistant was what year?
2022.
Okay, so I'm confused. How did we get two part-time or two day crew people multiple years before the recommendation even came to council?
So it was done under operations by the fire chief of the time using part-time wages, and we had a number of expenses back then, and it was felt probably more in COVID, but we were paying independent contractors to do a lot of the work that day crew was doing, up to and including snow shoveling, fire extinguisher maintenance, defib maintenance. We were bringing in staff back in the day to move trucks to the township garage, to do hose testing, to do SCBA maintenance, and it was just formalized to be an 8 to 4. I think most of council was here, if not in the position in the area, to understand that if we had a truck had to come into the shop prior to 2017, firefighter X would be called and asked to bring that truck in for 8 o'clock in the morning, paid adequately to do that, bring that truck back home at 4 o'clock at night, and paid adequately to do that. The multiple days that were required for hose testing, the multiple days to meet the pump test guy, the multiple days to meet the SCBA guy, and that was done under the same part-time budget by the chief of the time under operations, and started that format.
And would the shift to day shift people have saved how much in relationship to the references you just made of calling people in and moving trucks about and different things like that? Or would it have cost money?
I don't believe there was a savings, but you gained 8 to 4 Monday to Friday, as opposed to one-off call-in firefighter X to come in on Tuesday morning and not be present. So what you gained was 40 hours of on-duty firefighting part-time. And the last piece that I'd like to add to make sure that council understands the significance of this program, 2 other fire services in Northumberland County have taken our model and now deliver it, being Port Hope and A&H, based on what we started in 2017.
Mike, to your knowledge, and I know you've inherited some of these components with your full-time hiring. In 2017, when those part-time day crew people were implemented, I would have been here on council, and there's others. I personally don't remember any reference to that coming before council for consideration. I know the LUMAX report that Larry has referenced earlier said that there would be a report and consideration by council, but of course that didn't happen in print until 2022. So I turned to anyone that was here in 2017 or following close in 2017. I under a rock here, or what's happened? Like, how did we get 2 full-time, shouldn't say that, how did we get 2 day shift people in 2017 without council truly knowing about it? Anybody help me on that?
So I guess while you're thinking about that question, I'd respectfully say, how do any of our staff here get part-time people under the same budget to do the work that's required? And I'll look to one of my peers without putting them under the gun, but as Trevor's time extends and he has to rent a rink outside of the regular work hours, how does he complete that work only having the same number of full-time employees, but to use his part-time employees that are there to complete the work?
You want that question sent to Trevor?
Sure.
Trevor, you want to answer that? And Trevor, I'll add to that, is if you needed additional staff, would there be conversations at committee level or council level to facilitate that?
Not for part-time staff. We have the allotted budget for part-time staff that we hire, be it students and rink rats and various, arena attendants, and various positions like that, that a lot of them are basically students. In the summertime, we hire a lot of students. We hire a lot, being 5 students, and we have the flexibility to use them when need be. They work a maximum of 40 hours a week, so whether we have to schedule them at nights or weekends or whatever, based on our scheduled events at the facilities. We do the same thing throughout the wintertime with these arena attendants that are generally high school students. We do contracts with them for the season, and it's based on, not on certain hours, but whatever we require at that time.
I would say my part of that question has been answered. Trevor, Mike, would you say your question has been answered there? Larry, follow up to Trevor and or Mike, both are available to us, of course.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, I guess the issue really is that we need to get council to approve those 2 full-time suppression members during the day so that it clears up the books. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't do that. It's not going to cost us any more than's currently being done. And I, for one, would say that we desperately need those 2 firefighters standing by every day to respond to some of the issues that we face, especially car accidents, et cetera, beyond their normal day-to-day duties that they're performing. So maybe what we should do is formally approve the use of those 2 fire suppression firefighters. I may be wrong, but I think that clears up any of the confusion that's before us.
That's probably a logical way to consider things. It's maybe more involved than just a conversation here today at budget time. There's possibly HR components to that. There's possibly future budget components to that, and those are 2 that come to mind. There's a number of things that I guess it could be, so are we looking to get a report on this from staff, or what's our train of thought? You know, Larry, you and I have had a chance to speak to this. Maybe what I'll do, to be fair to the fellow council people here, I'll ask, does anyone else have a question? Then I'll come back to you and I, maybe, if that's okay with yourself, Larry. Bruce, Mark, John, you haven't had a lot here, so any thoughts, any questions?
Yeah, I've got a lot on your plate right now, but anyways. If the report's gonna come back, and I don't wanna stir the pot here, more than it already is. You're looking at a part-time or a full-time administrative assistant. I wonder if that can be included in the report as well. The actual details of what the person would actually be doing. I know that you've given the so-called facts in here, what this person would do, and I think it's enormous. As far as I'm concerned, it's enormous when you look at this. You know, administrative assistant to accomplish all these tasks or details that are, and I'd like more of a detailed report myself personally.
Thank you, John. Bruce, Mark, any thoughts, questions? One of the go ahead, Bruce, if you're thinking.
Well, we've identified the situation as not maybe being as on paper as it should be, so I guess I would think maybe that's not our job. I think staff should present that to us, and then we will be aware of it, and it's documented, I guess, for the sake of a better word. That's what I suggest.
Anything, Mark?
Well, I'm going to have to agree, I guess. I mean, I wasn't, obviously there's some miscommunication or just council wasn't aware of these 2 positions. So to clear that up and so it doesn't happen in the near future, you know, by all means, maybe we do need a staff report to come back and just clear it up so that it is approved and it has been, everybody knows, you know, whom's hired, how many we have, and so forth.
Thank you, Mark. The way my mind's going right now is we have a conversation here that ties it in with our ask of a administrative assistant. Are we in the position that I guess a couple of options here. Do we set this whole component, including budget approval for administrative assistant, aside and go ahead and approve the budget and work on this for future budget, 2027? What's the train of thought there? Because we can't just approve a budget, save and accept something we want to consider being an administrative assistant starting in whatever it is, July instead of March. So we have a technical component there that I think needs to be reflected on. Mark?
You know, I'll be the first to say, I mean, I was opposed to this position when it first came forward, but I really softened on it when Mike has said how much extra work that he's putting in along with our deputy chief and so forth. I mean, I don't like taking advantage of the staff that we have presently and burning them out and not having them the support that they need without you know, without approving it. I mean, it just doesn't seem fair to me that we should do that. I mean, if Mike's telling me that he's putting in, you know, 2,000 extra hours, obviously there's a need there. If we have to have a report come forward in the new year to say that, fine, but I mean, end result is, I don't think we should just dismiss it. I mean, it's, obviously, you know, we have volunteer firemen, volunteer fire department, and the last thing we want to do is start losing people because they're getting cheated out of hours. So, as I say, originally when this came forward, I was strongly opposed to it. I did a little research, I still was opposed to it, but then hearing what Mike had said, that how many extra hours he's putting in, and Deputy Chief's putting in, and other people are putting in, and carrying the fire department and not getting paid for those hours, I have a tough time with that, so I'm willing to support the position, but.
Larry, go ahead if you wish.
So maybe I can clear something up then. I maybe brought something to confusion. There was some confusion on behalf of council about the 2 suppression firefighters, volunteer firefighters that are working during the day. I said, well, maybe we should bring back a report to council and prove that officially, but maybe we don't need to do that. It's already working. There's no budget requirement. There's no altering the budget, and it seemed to be working just fine. And clear that up, simplify it, and say, let us just fait accompli and let it keep going the way it is. Seems to be working fine, isn't it? We don't need to bring in HR. We don't need to bring in anything else. And with regards to, and that would be a separate issue altogether to the administrative assistant. That's a different job. The fire suppression is for doing the maintenance and doing calls during the day, which helps our citizens and taxpayers. So let's simplify it and just say that those 2 suppression firefighters stays the same, no change. We're fine with it, the way Mike's handling it. Seems to be getting paid in the budget. There's no increase in budget for that. So let's just focus on the administrative assistant. And I agree with Mark. You know, looking at the Loomis report in 22, indicating a part-time administrative assistant, but with the increase in workload and stuff like that, possibly it is requiring a full-time position. So that's the only thing I can support. I go with Mark on that, that we go with a full-time and start it when Mike's indicating, and then
One moment, if you would, please, Mike. Our clerk, who has good memory because of her training, I'm sure, was bringing some information forward that I've asked her to say live for our video and everyone in the room. If you would, please, Daphne.
Through you, Mayor Jib. I will let you know, I'll preface this just by saying that I have been corresponding over Teams with our treasurer, so she does agree that for your consideration for budget in 2025, if you'll recall, that prior to hiring the mechanic, approval was given for the hiring. However, they had to come back for approval prior than the hiring. So excuse me for the detail. You can clarify if you want, Nazrat, but I think the budget was approved and then staff was directed to come back prior to hiring. So if it's the wish of council to come back, for Mike to come back with a report detailing the roles and responsibilities of the administrative assistant, you could do that because precedence was set by something that Lucas did. But I'm not sure given the way the conversation's going at this time, that might be something you want to do. Nazrat?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. So last time, if I'm not wrong, what happened was the dollar value was approved, but the position was not approved. The direction that was given was to do an analysis of the department and give bring back a report to council, and with detailed information, and then council decided at that time whether to approve the budget. So the dollar amount was approved, but not the budget for that position.
As this is unfolded, I'm beginning to like the words used and the process used. That's my knee-jerk response to that. Larry, were you about to say something before we got elsewhere in the conversation?
Well, Mike, how much did we pay Lumix for the consulting on the fire plan?
I think we had a budget of $75,000 for both the master fire plan
And the rest?
and the CRA, and I think around 50.
And these consultants are considered one of the foremost consulting firms in the business?
Yes, that's why we selected them.
Okay, so in '22, they had recommended that we get an administrative assistant, part-time, mind you, but now the workload's increased. I think we behove ourselves that we should be following what the consultant strongly has recommended, and move on from there. I mean, you know, we can look for reports, but the need has been assessed and required, and we should move on with that. We've got other stuff to work with. Some of the others may not agree with me, but that's my position.
Mark?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with what Larry's saying, and I mean, I look at the revenue that they're bringing in now. We didn't have that 3, 4, 5 years ago. I mean, we're talking $150,000, and if this minutes assistant will even help that further, I mean, overall, it's a win-win for everyone. So I'm going to support just the hiring of the admin assistant. I don't think we need a report to come back.
John, you want to speak, please?
Yeah, sorry, Larry mentioned about an analysis. Did that report come back to council?
The analysis on the roads?
No, on the fire service. An analysis on the fire service.
To my knowledge, no. Mike, can I send that your way as well?
Just, I'm not sure of the ask. What's the ask, John?
You mentioned an analysis on the fire service of what direction it's going in and the number of people, et cetera. That was already once before, or?
Did that through the Lumix.
So
But there's
2022,
So
which
there's nothing new.
no, respectfully, I mean, 5 to 10 years is what the market kind of says to look at a master fire plan. I think when I hear some of the changes that are being proposed in the township specific to Tim's division in planning, I think one of the large ones will be to look at that growth model and look at that growth study that he's doing. And I would suggest that in the next 3, we probably need to look at increasing some reserves to do another master fire plan. And as I've been sitting here and reflecting, I also think I want to echo the great job that our men and women do as firefighters, but I also want to echo the cost savings that we have. And you don't have to look very far to know what the next step is and how much that step costs. And whether it's the previous fire chief or myself, I will not negate the fact of what we've been able to do with the 50 plus or minus men and women and keep that part-time wage sustainable. I've never, as a captain, a deputy fire chief, a fire chief, come back to council to ask them for permission to use the part-time staff to complete the job. I've always come to council and asked for an approved budget. And that's what we've done since 2013.
Any further questions on this topic? I'll just make one comment, and that is, there could be, because I don't know, I truly don't know, there could be components of this in relationship to the day crew that we seem to be accepting at this point in time. Once it's come to light and all of the information shared, there could be components of that in relationship to benefits in relationship to HR and those things that I truly don't know about. And that would be one of the reasons why I would think that I would want to support a report on that, to get clarity on that. If everyone else is not there with that train of thought, then we get to make a motion and move forward here. Larry, what you seem to want to say something, please go ahead.
Just to clarify, Mike, those two suppression firefighters, are they paid part-time or full-time wages?
They're paid hourly part-time wages,
Part-time, thank you.
which include OMERS out of 2 years, as
Yeah,
of 2
so I don't
years.
think there's any written analysis to be required from HR if there's no problems there. I don't see why we can't just move forward myself, move on.
Mike, I'll follow up with Larry's question. They're paid at a part-time wages to full-time hours. Like they're paid, I think you said 35 hours a week or more. Did I not recall that?
So Nusrat did some work after the last budget. In 2024, the hours that the day crew worked equated to 2.2 full-time positions, and the hours that they've done up to date in 2025 are 2.3. Respecting that, those times are 35 hours a work week, which we do 8 to 4, Monday to Friday. And that's not two of the same people day in and day out. That is given, an email is sent out every 2 weeks for those people to participate. It runs around, depending on the pay period, I would say anywhere from 10 to 15 different firefighters take advantage of the day crew.
Do we have any one person that would equate out to whatever a full-time year is, 1,800 hours or something like that in a year?
I would suggest that we have several people that could equate to that, even in their part-time hours, without full-time, or full-time pay without even having full-time hours. Because we pay some of our chief officers very well that attend in that rank. So even some of our chief officers can have 30 hours a week, 20 hours a week. And individually, there are probably people outside of their cumulative hours. So they have their day crew hours, plus they're also paid for their training, response, weekends, that could be very close to that 80 hours in a 2-week pay period. Because if they pick up 2 or 3 shifts a week, plus they come to the regular training, plus they come to the evening responses, plus they go to a fire prevention event, they could be anywhere between 60 and 75 hours in a pay period.
On an ongoing basis?
On an ongoing basis. But respectfully, it's still under the FPPA. When you read what a volunteer firefighter is, the definition is this. Sorry, what a part-time firefighter is. The definition is, they are not a volunteer firefighter, nor are they a full-time firefighter. That's right out of the Act. A part-time firefighter is neither a volunteer firefighter nor a full-time firefighter. So what we're saying is, we are paying our folks, no matter what duty we have them do, whether they're training, whether they're at a fire prevention event, whether they're in scrubbing a truck, whether they're part of the day crew, or they're fighting a house fire. We pay them hour for hour for what they attend. And that's been done for the same money for the last 10 years. Albeit, there's been full-time support added, which I can't negate, which has changed the level of service. But your true volunteers, as we often use the word, that line has been held fast for 10 years. And my concern is, if we formalize and we want to look at full-time, it's a different beast. My concern is, if you formalize,
Does that follow with the word lookout?
no, it follows with a next level. And I think we've shared this, not just me, but previous leaders have shared this. We got a couple more moves. And it is something that it needs to be in the growth plan. It is something when, I think we started the discussion about staffing at the last budget meeting. I asked, yes, for this person and administration, and then in 3 to 5 years, I did add another full-time person. That will be, you know, when we go to true composite, that will be when that need gets there. We're lucky that we have 15 people that want to use this to supplement another part-time job, or we have people actually take holidays. They'll take holidays from their regular day to come in and be on the day crew.
Mike, at the previous budget meeting being last week, you indicated a lot of overtime for the full-time people that are there now. You also indicated in there, we used the phrase farmer's math and got it to 10,000, that this administrative assistant could reduce the cost for those day shift people. What we didn't hit on the head of the nail was, with this administrative assistant, how much of a positive impact will that have on the full-time people's overtime, unpaid overtime, those extra hours that you don't get much for other than a thank you? Will we be eliminating them? Will we be cutting them half? What will be the impact that we will be able to be successful in thinking we did to help our full-time people that's there with this administrative assistant position being filled?
Well, I think if I had the exact answer to that, I'd be lying. Until you get that person there and you see what can actually be shuffled around and done. What I did commit, and I think what we did discuss, was the ability for that full-time staff to flex their time, because we wouldn't always be required to be in the office to complete some of the more cyclical tasks that an administrative assistant would. Something as simple as having the doors open, answering the phone, answering emails, dealing with the public, regular payroll, regular billing cycles, regular invoice cycles, stuff like that doesn't always get handled when we're not in the office. It would allow that flex time. So we used a model that was proposed that we know others in the area are doing, for instance, for the deputy chief, who does a lot of the training now. He has training on a Wednesday night, comes into work at 8, maybe runs home between 4 and 6, comes back at 6, stays till 10. Possibly with that person could then start at 12 or 1 o'clock and then stay right through, allowing a flex schedule, which would eliminate the overtime. These moves are not going to change anything tactically. It's not going to change our response out to evenings, weekend calls, and the engagement that's required under the leadership for the volunteer part-time firefighters. It's not going to change that, but it is going to allow that flexibility. So if I had to throw a number at it, 25% I think would be fair. If we could push it to 50, but it's never going to eliminate.
Either of those numbers for the reduction of overtime for our full-time people is significant. It's kind of a crystal ball answer, if you allow me to say that. And I say that with respect, of course, to yourself. But if we were to successfully reduce your overtime, our deputy chief and our fire prevention officers' overtime by 25%, and or 50%, which is the two numbers I heard, I would say that was significant and may change a number of things for our overall fire department. Any questions from anyone else? Any comments from anyone else? Larry, please.
Just to be clear, that overtime for the 3 full-time firefighters, that overtime doesn't cost us a dime. They're not getting paid for it. And so I think from a budgetary standpoint, we're not paying more for that. We're giving them more of a lifestyle that they can live with, instead of constantly being at a fire or an accident, or when they aren't getting paid for it. And the other thing is, it's just, I take, for instance, Jay, when he's doing his training. So he's preparing a kit for training, but he gets a fire call. So all the work that he was going to do that day for training that night could then be taken over by that admin assistant. So there's things that we can argue about the process and stuff like that, but I think that the need is there. We just need to fulfill it.
Any further questions or comments from anyone? Bruce, Mark? Larry, you had the microphone recently. John?
If this is approved, I still come back to the fact I'd like to have more details of what this administrative assistant would be dealing with at the time. Larry just alluded to the fact that if the training officer takes off, she can take over. I think that's pie in the sky type thoughts or comments. And I don't mean to insult him in any way, but the fact is that I don't think she can take that training over because she's not even qualified to do that. But she probably will end up having to type something out or organize something for that possibility of training that evening, I guess would be.
Yeah.
So that's why I'd like a little more detail of what the actual position entails. You give us a little overview. I'd like to know the potatoes of it.
Larry?
Correct me if I'm wrong, John. I wasn't suggesting that she takes over training. And we can ask for details and details, but I think there's enough workload there that she's going to be able to do that, you know, we're sort of, I don't know, I think we're getting into the bushes. And I think we just need to approve this and then move on.
Okay, we've had thorough discussion. I've gone around the table many times. We've all had a chance to ask, comment, and do that again and again. Where do we want to do right now? Our clerk has it set up that we could make a motion at this point in time on the topic. Or we could, in fact, follow some of the thoughts that we could get more information on this topic. I turn to our clerk, I turn to our treasurer and say, what's our next action step here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the proposal is for a start date of March 2026. It's already, if you move forward, you don't need a motion because it's already within the proposed budget.
So the proposed budget includes July 2026 start, and we don't need a motion right now if council approves it because it's already included in the budget. Once council approves the budget, it gets approved with it.
So let me ask
Let's just move-
a backdoor question, and I'm going to smile when I say this. If we wanted to say no to this proposal, would we need a motion at this moment in time?
That's correct.
Okay, so then it's an easy task here for me. Is there any motions on this topic?
I'm going to simplify it, and I'm just going to say, let's just make the motion, get it done and over with, that we approve the position, start date July 1st.
Okay, we're going contrary to our most recent conversation.
Well, if we don't, we're not going anywhere, so let's just do that.
Well, if we leave it and move on and approve the budget, it's automatic.
I know, but at least we get it done, so I'll move it. If somebody
Okay,
else
there's a
second it.
motion on the floor, I respect. Do we have a seconder to the motion?
Well, I agree with Mark, but you're saying that when we come back to approving the budget,
It's automatic,
Yeah, it may
which
be
is what our
done, but there
treasurer
may be a
just
whole
advised
bunch
us
of
on.
other things that go along with it, so that's why I just want to get it over with. That's,
So we got a motion on the floor. I'll ask for the second time. Do we have a seconder?
Sure, I'll take second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Bruce. Any follow-up conversation, comments, questions? All those in favor of the motion? Carried. Okay,
Just before I take off, I will answer the request from Councillor Davidson through committee. I'll do my utmost best to put a report through to show the intention. And I think it would be amiss, as it has been with any new position. Once a position is in place, I think it'll be really important to track the duties and hours so that we can logically take a look at what this person's doing. It is not unlike some of the other conversations we've had. I'm not sure how far we can take this. It's new for us. I know some of the absolutes, but let's commit to doing that, certainly for July to December, but on into at least we'll get a year and see where that's at.
thank you. Nezra, we're back to you.
Is there any question on operating budget for fire? If not, I'd like to move to police OPP's budget under page 110, please. Thank you. Page 110. No change from what we presented last week for OPP. Is there any question? There is an increase of 11%. If not, I'd like to go to Police Service Board's budget, page 113. There is no increase to this budget. We are flatlining it, and this is exactly what we presented at the first special budget meeting. Is there any question? If not, I'll move to GRCA budget. This budget has already been pre-approved by council. No changes from what we presented last week. Any question on GRCA budget? If,
Larry, feel free.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, Mark, with the consolidation of those conservation areas, they indicated there will be no increase in our requirement to fund that.
That's correct, Larry. Any changes won't take place until the new next council comes in place.
Any further questions? Nazrat, back to you.
Can I take everyone to page 118, please? That's the Animal Services budget. No changes from what we presented last week. Any question on this? If not, we will move to Roads budget, page 124, please. So Roads budget is at 5% increase. At the first budget meeting last week, it was at 5.8% increase. We were able to reduce that by $32,000 or 0.8%. The reduction is related to vehicle repair, a reduction of $15,000, winter control equipment rental, saving of $7,000, hardtop maintenance, a saving of $5,000, catch basin expense, a saving of $5,000. And that takes the budget increase for roads department to 5%. Is there any question on this page before I move into the pressure sheet?
Nazrat, just clarity, I think, for some. I've heard of desirable conversation on the new ask for new equipment. That will be dealt with at a later time in the roads budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's going to be part of capital budget conversation.
And thank you for that clarity.
Is there any question on page 124? If not, I'll move into the detail budget, which is page 125. That's the first page of the pressure sheet. This particular page, there is no change from what was presented last week. Any question on the items on this page? If not, I'll move to the next page, which is page 126. As you can see, I've highlighted two lines. Those were the ones that changed compared to last week's presentation: vehicle expense repair and equipment rental. Is there any question on any of those lines on page 126?
Yes, Nazareth. Vehicle repair expenses, that's minus 7%. The cost of doing business is going up and up. How do we justify that decrease?
So through you, Mayor, this is obviously a budget number. Through the capital discussions, there is proposed for a new rubber tire excavator, as well as a snowplow dump truck that was ordered in the springtime in 2025, anticipated delivery of 2026. So with those aging equipment and some of the review of the numbers in the budget, we have spent significant amount of money on that equipment that we are planning or hoping to replace. So with that, staff do feel comfortable that if we get rid or if we surplus two, like I say, the rubber tire excavator and the oldest snowplow dump truck, we would have hopefully anticipated savings or decreased budget of approximately $15,000.
Lucas, I'm going to follow up on that unless John is. Thank you, John. Lucas, the tandem axle dump truck is on order. I hear it's in Ontario somewhere, and we anticipate getting delivery of it sooner rather than later at this point in time. Am I correct with that thought?
That is correct. It is being the cab and chassis here in Ontario. We're waiting for the snowplow equipment to be installed and be delivered to Hamilton Township.
And unlike that, there is at this moment in time no approval for the rubber-tired excavator.
That's correct.
And that's in our future of discussion. We do not know the outcome of that. In the event that, in the way you presented your words this morning, in the event of it being approved, this $15,000 is realistic. In the event that it's not approved, how realistic is this $15,000 reduction? Can we maintain the same thing?
So it would be adjusted to, and I guess Nazrat would have to make that calculation. I would be comfortable reducing it to $10,000. So instead of reduction of $15,000, it could be reduced to $10,000. And the reason that I've justified, because of the repairs that we have been doing on some of the aging equipment, it is, like I say, still a budget because we don't know. We have a number of pieces of equipment up there that if something happened, we would have to use some of that. But for the truck that has been or is planning on being replaced and hopefully being here in June of next year, in 2023, we spent $10,000 on it. 2024, we spent $16,000 on it. And so far in 2025, we spent $23,000. So if we use some of those average in those numbers, if we don't anticipate any major expenses to that truck, that's why I'm considering reducing the budget a little bit.
Thank you. Any follow-up question, John? I may have interrupted you in a thought process. Are we okay? Are you okay? All right. Any questions from council? Okay, Nazrat, back to you.
If I can take everyone to page 127. The two lines that I've highlighted, those are different from previous budget presentation. Hardtop maintenance, that's reduced by 5,000, and catch basins reduced by 5,000. Is there any question on 127? If not, may I take everyone to page 128, please?
Sorry, Nazrat. I
Yes.
was just going to ask a question on a line item there that's not changed from last week, and that's the tree removal. Could we have a comment on the dollar values we're carrying there versus successes and/or failures? And I don't mean to emphasize that like I just did, sorry, on the, in particular, the ash trees and those types of things that are haunting us. Are we okay budget-wise? Should we be looking at that line more seriously?
I feel very comfortable maintaining that and reducing it by 20,000. So in 2026, it would be 40,000. In the past, we have been issuing a quote package, so we get some of the hazardous trees that we just can't take down around hydro lines or buildings, stuff like that. So we usually track those hazardous trees, wait till about 6 or 8 come in for locations, and they put out a little quote package and get vendors to bid on it so we get the best price we can. Most recently, like I say, in 2025, we've been catching up to those trees, and staff feel very comfortable reducing it, as well as obviously we have our own equipment that we have at the Public Works, bucket truck, chipper. So we still continue to do most of the trees ourselves, but like I mentioned before, some of the more hazardous, the round hydro, we just can't. We don't have the training to do that.
I guess it would be inappropriate for me to mention Rose Road at this point in time, Mr. Kelly, so I won't do that.
I mentioned it last week.
Nazrat? Thank you.
If I can take everyone to page 128. This page is identical to what was presented last week. Any question on this page? If not, can I take everyone to page 129, please? This page is also identical to what we presented last week. Does council have any question on this page? If not, I'd like to move to Parks and Facilities operating budget, please. And I would request Trevor Clapperton, our Manager of Parks and Facilities, to help me with this budget. Thank you, Lucas. Parks and Facilities budget is increasing by 9.6%. It's page 135, please. Sorry. Page 135. Parks and Facilities budget is increasing by 9.6%. It's a $10,000 decrease from what we presented last week. That's because they are increasing their ice rental revenue by $5,000 and their turf rental revenue by also $5,000. It's page 135. Is there any question on page 135 before I get into the pressure sheet? Yes.
What was it originally? What was the increase before?
It was 10.4% in the first version. Now it is 9.6%.
Thank you.
If I can take everyone to 136, page 136, please. This is identical to what was presented last week. However, council had a question on the Cold Spring Hall building maintenance and supply. One of the question was, why is 2024 actual so high? It was because of tower replacement that was done in 2024. And council also wanted to know what kind of expenses are posted to this account. I'm actually going to pass the floor to Trevor to answer that.
Through you, Mayor Jeb, yes, the 2024 expenses were high because we had the tower blowover that we had to replace. Normally that repair budget is based for HVAC, various other items that general repairs, but 24 we had to include the replacement of the tower.
I'm surprised that the towers costs go to the building site that they're located on. I thought communications would have been a line item by itself.
Yeah, that was done with the CAO of the time that we took it out of that account.
Okay, must have been a reason that I hadn't heard about.
Any question on this page? If not, I'd like to move to page 137. I've highlighted two lines, ice rental and civic turf rental. That increased by additional 5,000 from what we presented last week. So last week for ice rental, it was $5,000, and now you can see a 10,000 increase in revenue, and turf rental, it was the same. Any question on page 137? I will request Clever to speak to the new ox position that he is oxing. It's a conversion from part-time to full-time. He didn't have a chance to speak to that last time, but he will give more detail on this.
Thank you, Nazrat. Through you, Mayor Jeb. So what we're looking at is right now we currently operate with 5 full-time facility operators, winter and summer. We have to, given the hours that our facilities are open, we have to fill them openings with part-time staff, part-time facility operators. The last few years has been a challenge in, one, recruitment and retention. Basically, what we do, because of the job-specific duties of knowing the facilities, knowing the ice plants, operating the Zamboni, it's very specific on who we can get. Sometimes we're fortunate enough to hire somebody that has another job somewhere else doing similar, that they'll take some hours. And a lot of times what we end up doing is having some of our young arena attendants that are hanging around in the area that are not going to school, that we end up training through the process. Once we seem to train these people, they're usually pretty successful in moving on to a full-time job somewhere else. So we're unable to retain them. So right now, we have challenges with covering people that are off sick, people that have other commitments, being the part-timers that I spoke to. And the issue that we're running into now is certain employees are working double shifts. So that's basically open to close at any given day. I can say we had to do this yesterday at one of our facilities because of somebody that was unable to work. And then the other part is just making sure that these people know the facility and are, because of the amount of people that we have coming through the facility, making sure that it's being operated in a safe manner. I will say, as you can see in the justification here, I did look at what we've done for hours in our facilities from 2019. The reason I used 2019, that was pre-COVID. 2020 and 21 weren't really relevant with hours, but from 2019 to 2025, you can see Beauty Community Centers went from 39 hours to 48 hours per week of ice. Baltimore Rec Centers went from 53 to 74 hours of ice. And a lot of them, that ice time is now being used during the day and in the mornings. So our first rental in Baltimore during the week is 7 a.m. So that means staff are there at 6 to get the facility open. Our turf hours have increased from 30 hours to 42 and a half hours per week, which is huge. So that's kind of the winter season and how it affects us. The other thing is, more specifically in the Baltimore facility, we have expanded our ice season. After meeting with the minor hockey organizations and the demands through Hockey Canada and when they start their hockey, they generally start the week before Labor Day weekend. So that means we're putting our ice in starting the second week of August to ensure it's in time. We need 2 weeks. So that takes our staff out of the parks and puts them into the arena already at that time. So we have a crossover because we have ball diamonds are open right up until the end of the end of October. And as you're well aware, you're still cutting grass well into October. I think the other part that we look at with that is some of the added responsibilities that the department's taken on through the summer, being cemeteries. We've now taken over a couple of cemeteries that includes grass cutting and working with people for burials with that. So that's some of the things we're looking at in addition. But with that being said, that's the added work. My main concern is, being able to provide the service and not say no to people when they're requesting ice or turf or facility rentals. Unfortunately, right now, we do have a staff member that's off, so we've really been juggling staff and keeping people there. And like I said, it's more the safety of the people that are coming through our facility and making sure that we have properly trained people that are committed to the township. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer. I guess, and just speak to that position, what we would be looking at is the wintertime, that position would be at the Beauty Community Center, which would give 3 operators out there, reduce that 40 hours of part-time to a full-time person. And then this summer, we would move that person to the Baltimore facility where we have the sports fields and the busier facility during the summer. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Trevor, just in the dollar value, hire a full-time person that reduces, I'm even going to go as far as say eliminates some of the overtime that others have been getting. If you look at the cost differentials between paying someone overtime versus having someone there full-time, what do those dollars work out to be?
I didn't work those dollars out, but obviously when they're working overtime, they're working at time and a half. So them hours would be on 50%, or 50% on top of that.
So in the example of yesterday, I think you said, where someone got paid regular shifts, 7 or 8 hours a day, did a double shift, they did another, I'll say 8 hours, they got the equivalent of 12 hours worth of pay.
On top of their original worked 8.
Yeah, an additional 12
Yes, and they have the ability through the collective agreement to use that time in lieu time or paid out. But the last, I don't know how many months I've had to refuse the lieu time just based on we can't afford to give them any more time off. So we've been paying them out.
Well, I guess my question is, there's a net dollar increase here, not a gross dollar increase, because on one side of the ledger, you're going to take off the overtime. On the other side of the ledger, you're going to add on a new person in, albeit that half person's there already. And does our number in this budget ask reflect on that?
It reflects, it doesn't reflect on the, so it does reflect that, yes. Yeah.
So we've reduced the overtime dollars in the budget and increased the full-time person dollars.
We, just working through numbers right here, we didn't take into account the overtime dollars. We took into account the part-time dollars, hours
Well,
that
that
were
could be
worked.
significant. Your ask may not be what your ask, your understanding, I'm going to change that again, our understanding of your total dollar ask may not be that severe.
Yeah, so, yes, sorry. So we did reduce $6,000 from the union overtime budget.
Okay? And what's our dollar value for part-time person to full-time person? What are those dollars? I'm sure it's in front of me, but
So it's 15,800 starting from August 2026.
Nezrat, as you and I have talked many times, what's the full year impact?
Yes. It's going to be $47,000 for full year.
So in rounded off numbers, it's an additional 40,000 because we're taking some off of part-time. Was 6 you used, could be 7, so.
That's right. That's
An
correct.
additional half person year-round is going to be $40,000. Is what my, again, farmer's math.
$47,000. Okay,
Yeah.
41,000.
If I average those out, it's going to be an additional $40,000 hit. Because we're saving on one, giving on the other, 6,000 versus 7,500. So the net is $40,000. That's correct. Okay. Okay, that helps me in my mind. And in order to justify that, we have an increase in hours. When we, and whether I heard that this morning or whether I know this from before, I believe possibly both. When we get back to full staff at Bude Lake, because I believe that's where your person is presently off, will we have a surplus of people? Will we have an adequate supply of people? Will there be any savings through a part-time process then?
I feel we'll have the adequate amount of people, and there will be savings through the part-time, particularly in the wintertime of the 40 hours of part-time wages that we have to fill every winter.
Does anyone other than me have any questions on this topic? Larry?
I think the end result is consistency of staff, knowledge, skills, and then also a healthy work-life balance. This is the other thing, is that we stress people out in the fact that because we're always using part-time, we don't get a consistency of people. So I agree with it. We should be moving forward with this.
Any, oh, whoa. I don't know, Bruce, I don't know whose hand went up first, so please, whoever.
My question isn't necessarily related to the person, but it comes back to that pickleball. requests. I don't remember the outcome, or I don't remember seeing an outcome.
We have a report coming to council tomorrow.
Oh, you have one tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up to that is, any budget implications for 2026, Trevor?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mark, I may have interrupted you. Do you have any follow-up? Bruce, please.
So, and I think Larry mentioned it, but I know that at our committee meetings, Trevor has mentioned several times that because they are training part-time staff, they get them trained and they're not going to stay around because they only get part-time. But we've put the training into them, we've got that, and then we lose them. So I think that justifies, that's an additional expense we don't need or we don't recognize. So if this will solve part of that problem, then I'm fully in favor of going ahead with a full-time position.
Thank you, Bruce. I know Trevor mentioned that just a few minutes ago, that you just get someone suited and comfortable, and then they disappear to a full-time job in another facility in another municipality.
Well, and I think the challenge is the position. You know, it's not like somebody's out cutting grass or doing general labor. It's the operation, the understanding of the refrigeration plant and the operation of the Zamboni, where it is so specialized, it's hard to have that turnover.
Thank you. Any further questions for Trevor or Nez on this part?
Stay with me, please. I'll do the grant.
Nezrat, coming back to you.
Any question on page 137? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 147, please? This is the library budget, an increase of 4%. No change from what we presented last week. Any question? If not, may I request everyone to go to page 150, please? This is the community grant budget. As I have said, it's a decrease of 15,964 because of physician recruitment. It was dissolved effective September 2025, and this is identical to what we presented last week, so no change. Any question on page 150? If not, may I take everyone to page 152, please? Council had a question on this page, and I'm going to be able to answer that today. It's the facility rental fee reimbursement. Council wanted to know some statistic on that. Trevor?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jib. The facility fee reimbursement, we allot, I believe it's $2,000 per year. So the way that policy works is any events that somebody is hosting in our facility that fit the criteria will then be reviewed by the coordinators in the fourth quarter to distribute that $2,000 to the various organizations. We have not received one in 2025. I believe the only one we received in late 2024 was for the fishability meal that they hosted. Because of some of the stipulations in there, that we host a lot of fundraisers, but a lot of them are special occasion permits. And if you have a special occasion permit, you're exempt from that fee reimbursement. So, like I said, in the past 2 years, the only one we received is the one hall rental for the fishability.
And did it get approved? How many dollars?
It was for the cost of the hall, I believe it was the $500.
Any question on that page? If not, may I take everyone to page 156, please? That's the building department's budget, identical to what we presented last week. Any question on building department's budget?
Seeing none.
If not, Mr. Mayor, that's the end of the budget presentation for operating budget. I can take you to capital budget now.
Let's ask a question before we do that, Nezrat. We haven't had a break. We're nearing lunch, I guess you would say. Do we want to proceed with the first part of this capital budget? And then take our first break, being our lunchtime. Any shake of the heads, any thoughts? We're good for right now? Nezhat, please.
If I can take everyone to page 160, so we're starting the capital budget now. These are identical to what we presented. Fire, we're going to start with fire. They're requesting $159,500 for a number of projects. Does council have any question on fire services budget, capital budget?
Here, Larry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but my question is, the half-ton pickup, the ESU, can we get by with another year? I know you've given us all the justification and the mileage and all that, but again, I come to the point that, can we get by with what we've got at this time?
So through you, Mayor, I guess I'd be lying if I didn't say yes, but I want to just revisit the cost of everything. So it's not going to come at the same cost. It'll be another probably $5,000 or $10,000 as we've seen the market doing that. And also one of the considerations was to make sure that we're being strategic and when we were asking for the money. So I'd have to look at the forecast, but understanding that if we push that an additional year, it could creep from 100,000 to say 105 or 110, and then would be stacked on a larger ask for next year, which I believe was 500 and change. Yeah, so it would take that to 761, and then the ask this year would be 59.5.
The information I have in memory, Mike, is that this would be a vehicle, the new vehicle would be a vehicle for yourself to drive, and the process of moving them down along the line gets rid of a older vehicle, double cab, and we talked about long box, short box, GM vehicle with 66,000 kilometers on it. So we're maintaining all of the vehicles that we currently have, with the exception of the last one in the bounce, and that bounce is a vehicle with 66K on it. And that vehicle is used for transportation for what purpose, that 66K one?
So it hauls personnel, obviously, for a larger incident, but it also is the towing vehicle for the UTV.
Okay.
And I guess the only other comment I'll make is the current vehicle that I drive is at 170,000. So an additional year, we've been putting in 25 to 30 on, so it would be around 200,000 upon that replacement. And if you do that math backwards, that 2005 truck at 20 years old has 66,000. So we would be taking potentially, if we take that half-life, one of the things that was always a struggle was a 20-year-old vehicle having 66,000 kilometers on it. And that's the reality of some of our service vehicles. They're low kilometer but high intensity, and why we wanted to cycle them through. So we could potentially be putting that chief vehicle back into service at 200,000 as opposed to 170. I don't know why I have that in my head, but that seems to be when a lot of problems start with some vehicles. So if you're able to shuffle it in there, I think it would last the 5 or 7 years to get it to be in that 10 or 15-year replacement as we continue this model. So just to reiterate, the strategy has been and will continue to be that we don't buy brand new pickup trucks and put them in the fire stations, because I just see them sitting there. Although they have a need, I think they can be an administrative first, still be purely functional and good vehicles, and work them through that fleet. So I think in the projection, there's probably an additional one in 3 or 4 years for the deputy, then his pickup truck will go through and shuffle down through. At some point, we would like to keep 1 3/4 ton in the fleet. We'll probably do that where we'll drive one of the 3/4 tons for a year or two, then put it back into the fleet, and then revert back to half tons.
The deputy chief's vehicle was new in 2025,
Correct.
okay? Maintenance, ballpark maintenance costs, history on the two vehicles that are primarily here being discussed, being the 66K and your current vehicle. Mike, any significant items?
So, one small cost, I don't believe moving from a half ton. So we have been doing safeties on all the 3/4 tons. So we would eliminate 1 3/4 ton safety, which comes with a cost, not huge. There's been no significant work done to the vehicle of mine other than, just before warranty was over, it had the heads done for the piston knocking or the rattling. So it's the only significant work that it's had, other than brakes, tires. There's been no large problems with either of the vehicles mentioned.
Thank you. When you reference brakes and tires, you automatically make me think that we're doing a good job of maintenance on that vehicle, of course. Thank you.
100%.
In some ways, this discussion of not purchasing this vehicle has led to, I think, a conclusion. Yeah, we can manage, is what I hear. But also, if we look at the dollars, where they're coming from, it's not affecting today's line item, it's not affecting today's levy. But what it is doing is creating a better line conclusion for where the money's coming from. In other words, development charges wouldn't be reduced by 25,000, and reserve would not be reduced by 75,000. Those dollars would stay in those funds. I'll simply ask, just because of the debate, any motion at this point in time on this topic? Okay, feel free. I guess I should have asked that further. Sorry, John.
Yeah. Yes, I think we were even through this before, but $100,000 request, that includes all the emergency equipment on that vehicle, would it not?
Correct. So the same vehicle that we did in 2025 was 90. So we actually increased it 10,000. That would include emergency lights, the slide-in tray, the cap, the lettering, and the radio.
Okay, any further questions? Bruce, sorry.
Sorry, I might have missed it. What's going to happen to the vehicle you're driving now, Mike, if we get the new one?
We would send that half-ton pickup truck, the Dodge, to Station 1 in Bewdley. It would be equipped to move people and tow the small water rescue boat, the ice boat that we bought a couple years ago. The 3/4 ton truck that sits in Bewdley would move to the Harwood Station, Station 3, and become a 3/4 ton truck there to continue to haul the larger trailer. And the 3/4 ton truck that's in Harwood would be surplused. And I believe last year we got around $11,000 or $12,000 for the 3/4 ton truck that we surplused.
Okay, thank you.
through
Mike,
Gov-
you forgot the component to tell us that that Harwood truck was then actually started out in Baltimore, which would complete all the circle.
Yeah, it's had a full circle. So I think that's something also that's in the strategy, and I think you see it in the capital replacement. And there's actually one, not forecasting too far ahead, but usage isn't the same across the board, as we know, both in the administrative side as well as the response side. And albeit everyone loves the new shiny truck to be in their house, we need to start looking at how we shuffle these items through. And you'll see a strategic move in 28 with that new ask, that we'd actually be recycling some trucks and making sure that we're getting ultimate use out of some of these vehicles at the busier stations.
I will disclose that I did have several conversations with several ratepayers on their perception and understanding of why do we need so many new trucks. And actually, our deputy chief's truck purchased last year was one of those. So I don't know anyone else has had comments on that, but I certainly have, even as recently as the time frame between last week's budget and this week's budget.
I think the other thing to remember, and I didn't make it part of this budget presentation, but we've certainly included it throughout, is the model of the platform change that we've made. And some of us have been here long enough to remember the history that every station had every type of truck. And when one come to ask for one, then next year the next one was asking for that, and then the next one was coming back. And we've really done a good job with combining those vehicles and making sure that we don't have that duplication in the fleet. And a perfect example of that is the old traditional rescue van that we once upon a time owned 3 of. We have 1. Boats, we own 2. We now have 1. 3/4 ton trucks, we owned 3. And this is proposing 1.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'll go to the next part of this, just because of the lengthy discussion. Any motions at this time on this? Okay. Moving forward, Nazrat?
Mr. Mayor, do you want us to move on with the roads now, or should we take a break?
I think, considering the note that I received about lunch being set up, and that we haven't had a break, that possibly now is the time. So could I entertain a motion, please, and a seconder, that we break at 11:54 until 12:30 would be our goal to get back. So everybody listening, moved by Bruce, 11:54 break to 12:30, seconded by Mark. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. We're back in session. It's 12:31. Thank you, everyone. Nezrat, the floor is yours again when you are ready.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going to start with roads fleet capital budget. They are requesting approximately $515,000. Does council have any question on the two requests?
What page would you like us to turn to?
Page 160, please. Yeah, 160.
I'm at a loss. Did you say 160?
160. Roads fleet.
Okay. Okay, you got it. Anybody questions? I do. You want me to start off? You want me to end? All right. Where'd my pages go?
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to speak on some of this information that I handed out at break time?
If you would like to go there, please.
Okay, good afternoon, council. So during the proposed capital budget presentation, staff were asked to come back with two additional information. So one was comparing EV, SUV, non-EV, as well as hybrid. And the second component, which we'll talk about in a little bit later, about the hours on the rubber tire excavator and the communal mower. So just at break, I did hand out a spreadsheet regarding the SUV types, electric, hybrid, gas. I did put associated costs there. So electric, approximately $65,000, $4,100 to maintain for hydro usage. The pros to electric: lower operating costs, environmental emissions benefit, incentives and tax credits, efficiencies and technology features, and then obviously future ready, because we do believe that that's the intent where we're moving forward to electric vehicles. So the cons are higher upfront costs, charging limitations, charging time, range, reduced efficiencies in extreme temperatures, specialized services, battery degradation, resale uncertainties, and limited models. So the next one is hybrid. It is cheaper. It's about $55,000. The fuel consumption is there with approximately $2,700 in fuel consumption. The pros to that vehicle is better fuel economy than a typical traditional engine, lower emissions, lower maintenance, no need for a charging station, balanced performance, and versatility. The cons to that is better fuel economy than a traditional gas engine, higher purchase price than a typical gas engine, more complex maintenance because it does have batteries as well as a gas engine, combustible engine. Battery, same thing, degradation. Gas engines still are still needed, so emissions are still there, and limited electric only driving. And then the last and final power type is the traditional gas engine. The budget for that is approximately $50,000. It does use more fuel at 9 liters per 100 kilometers, give or take. The cost to that would be $4,000 for fuel consumption. The pros to that vehicle would be lower upfront purchase price, widely available for refueling, simpler maintenance, consistent performance in all temperatures, a wide selection, resale and market familiarity, and longer and predictable range. And then the cons to that, a combustible gas engine, is higher fuel costs, higher emissions, additional maintenance over time, less efficient in start and stop driving, lower future resale value, less future incentives, and at this time, no government rebates or tax credits. So that is what I handed out to you at break time, which council asked me at the last budget meeting.
Thank you, Lucas. Any questions or comments? I have a couple to start off with. I'm sure it'll generate others. Lucas? In your cons, you reference under the gas engine higher fuel costs. What's your comparative component to be able to state higher fuel costs? Because what I'm saying is your numbers, the numbers utilized here, $4,050 for gas, for the straight gas, and $4,126 for the electric. So how are we getting comparative dollars there in relationship to the phrase higher fuel costs for the gas engine?
So from gas engine to hybrid, you can see there's definitely additional usage. That's where I put higher fuel costs. I did put an asterisk for the comment about hydro usage at the $4,100. Speaking to the dealerships as well as other people that own these vehicles, they've seen no significant increase in their hydro bills that to bring it to $4,100. I'm just using that because that is what they've advertised through the manufacturers' websites. But I do think, like, if you think about it, $4,000, that's approximately $450 a month on top of your hydro bill, and nobody that I've spoke to has seen that. So I'm not sure. I wanted to provide you facts with the numbers from Hydro One and the kilowatt hours and stuff like that, but I don't think that is a realistic cost to charge an electric vehicle. But like I said, this is what I found through the online research, through the manufacturers, so I wanted to provide you the information that was out there.
Lucas, do you feel, based on that, and I was assuming that that would be your answer, Lucas, do you feel that the purchase price of $65, $55, and $50 is real?
Yes.
Thank you. I have other questions. We've moved to other council members. John, questions?
So thank you. I got three altogether. Your hybrid, more complex maintenance, what's that involve?
So the hybrid typically has a combustible engine and a battery, so there's additional, there's either one. On hybrid units, there's obviously the batteries that need to be maintained as well as the gas engines. So that's why I said more complex rather than just strictly battery or strictly combustible. There is almost like 2 power units with a hybrid model SUV.
Okay. So that question on top of that one would be, like a follow-up, would be, what's the cost of the batteries for that vehicle?
It's difficult. Most power or most battery manufacturers are going with an 8-year, 160,000 kilometer warranty. I haven't really looked into it that specific on a hybrid model because you always have the combustible engine as a default too.
Okay.
I would think similar. A battery's a battery. I would think it's very similar for all of the manufacturers.
So my second question would, third would be the electric vehicle. Reduced efficiency in extreme temperatures. You're talking like cold, correct?
Yeah, and I think where on days where it is very cold, obviously we don't need to use it as much, especially in the winter operations. We're doing winter snow plowing, but it's more on the summer where I mentioned last week about the specifics of what this vehicle would be used for. The complexity on those things and being cold, they do reduce their range for kilometers.
Okay. Backup question to that was reduced efficiency, battery degradation over time. In other words, what's the price of and what's the cost of replacing that battery in that vehicle?
I don't know. I don't know if staff have ever, or if I can ask any other staff members, but I would anticipate, I thought I heard somewhere about $10,000.
Thank you.
Mark?
Just a quick question. On the hydro, what did you use for a rate? Because I can't get anywhere near this $4,100.
So I have a spreadsheet in my computer here. I would have to look into it. I think I was using the off-peak rates based on our Hydro One billing account.
Which would be
7 something,
7 cents?
7.6.
Yeah, so
And maybe, like I said, that calculation, I may have made a mistake.
I think
but-
you're going to find that you got your decimal over 1. It should be $434.40 is what I calculate. I may be wrong with that, but if I take the 30,000 divided by 100 times 18.1 times 0.08, I even put 8 cents in, it came out to $434.40.
And that's probably more realistic. And like I said, my calculation may be wrong on that one.
Does that sound right, Nazareth? You're the treasurer.
But she's coming up against farmers back, Mark, so
I
it's a
think I'm
hard
pretty close,
challenge
I think
there.
I'm pretty close with that, though. I think it's 400, yeah.
Mark, do you have a follow-up? I know Bruce has a question.
No, I just wanted to get that number right, because I mean, the 4,100 is probably closer to 400 and some odd dollars, $435 for the 30,000.
You're gonna have to give me a minute here to try to find something.
It's not working, but I spoke to
Maybe Mark's would be the best, Bruce, if you could kind of share.
I spoke to an owner at a dealership before that purchased a new vehicle. It was a compact.
It's not on.
He lives in Rosemead.
Maybe just away, I've been told that they need to be away from a solid object, so.
It's still flashing, maybe the battery's dying in it. Try this one.
Speaking of battery costs and how long they last,
So just a comment, this fellow bought a compact, I guess you call them compact EV, it was an SUV. He lives in Rosemead, so he drives to the dealership in Coburg every day, and he told me it was costing him $80 a month for hydro.
thank
So that
you.
would be
Any other questions or comments? Larry, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I see, certainly the electric vehicle is a very economical way to go, you know, looking at the pros and cons. But my only question is, do we need this vehicle? I mean, do we have to pay whatever it is, whether it's $65,000 or $50,000? Do we need to purchase this year?
So like I mentioned last week through this discussion, we have been getting by with the vehicles we do have, and we don't need it. But looking to the future and looking to long-term replacement plans, we're using larger, more non-efficient vehicles to do road patrolling, administration duties, inspections, and having some of these vehicles that have more efficient and lesser costs in capital to replace. I do think over a period of time you would see savings. You may not see savings today, but allowing these larger 3/4 ton pickup trucks to be at our shop and use when needed rather than using them on as a day-to-day commuter vehicle, I think it would show the longevity and how we can extend the service life of those heavier duty, more expensive vehicles.
Follow up, Larry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just come back to the fact that we're trying to make it realistic for our taxpayer. And, you know, we look at it from a basis of functionality and cost and stuff like that, but also need. And if we really don't need this equipment right now, is it wise to go and purchase it? You know, I can understand the logistics or the reason why you would want it, but do we need it? That's my question.
I'm going to pick up on the word need that you just gave me a lead into, Larry. Earlier this morning, I talked about need, and I said there was 3 levels. There's the need for improvement, need to maintain, or the need to survive. And at that time this morning, I said, we're in survival mode because of our budget, because of our ratepayers, because of our economy, and the fear of our future economy. I accept, if I look at the components that Lucas has shared with us on an individual basis, everything he said's right. We maybe be able to save a 4-wheel drive, 3/4 ton truck. Absolutely. But we've also heard Lucas say, we can survive this year without any vehicle, whether it be gas, electric, or hybrid. We can survive without any vehicle. This money for this vehicle comes from reserve, which we're going to end up in difficult position in the future, and we could ask Nesret for that number. And we're pulling some from development charges, albeit only 25,000, isn't it? 20, no, less than that. 19.5 from development charges and 45, I'm gonna round them off to 20 and 45, just for the approach. Nesret, if we took $45,000 out of reserve for this vehicle, and the next line is $338,000 out of reserve for an excavator, what happens to our reserves balances?
The reserve balance the projected reserve balance as of December 31st, 2026 will be 173,000 surplus. So if I can take everyone to page 228 and 229, the reserve balances are there, that's the capital forecast for roads, vehicle, and equipment. So you will see that the reserve balances is there.
And that number you shared with us is going to be half a tandem axle truck if we had one blow up on us.
That's the 450.
Yeah,
That's right.
half a tandem. Is this the vehicle we need to survive? I leave that as a question. Any further comments or questions? Again, I'll go to the difficult thing. I'll bounce back to staff. Anything further, Lucas, you want to share with us?
No, not at this time. I think I won't repeat what I said last week, so I'm here to answer any questions, or we can move on.
Questions? Okay, I'll go to the hard part. Any motion at this point in time? Larry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I put a motion that we not pass the electric EV vehicle at this time.
Okay, just for clarity, does that mean no new vehicle in the ask, whether it be electric, hybrid, or gas?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to not purchase this vehicle. Is there a seconder to this motion? Second by John. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion? Motion has passed. Thank you. Moving on, Nesrat?
Any question on the next line, which is the rubber tire excavator?
To be fair to Lucas, Lucas has also provided us some information, originally through email to us from last week's request, and again, on part of his handout, no, that would be on the European unit. The one you gave us just a little bit ago is on the European unit, not on the Libra excavator. Is that correct?
Correct. So last week at the budget meeting, council asked to share some repair notes from the excavator that we are intending to replace, which was the 26, our vehicle number 2016, which is also the 2008 rubber tire excavator. I did share some maintenance and repair notes to council last week. Just recently at break time, I did hand out the hours on our three pieces of, I'll call it heavy equipment. So 2012, which we refer to as 2014 rubber tire excavator, we put on 604 hours in 2024. And in 2025, we've put on 506 hours. And I should refer back to these hours as an hour meter, not necessarily meaning scheduled to be using it. So this is strictly as per the hour meter. And then the excavator that is proposed to be replaced in 2024 had 678 hours, and 2025, 569 hours. And then also the last and final one was the communal evergreen mower, which is a 2023 model year. It had in 2024, 766 hours, and then in 2025, 798 hours.
So just again, not to use the phrase, but in rough numbers, 600 hours a year over the last 2 years for the 2008 Libra,
Correct.
ballpark. Lucas, you shared with us some dollar values of what this unit had spent on it. There's 3 different numbers. I kind of remember 10, 14, and 15 to get us to around 40,000. Could you give those to us again as it relates to the years that they referenced?
So on the 2008 rubber tire excavator, which we refer to as unit number 2016, in 2023, we spent on for maintenance items $10,754. 2024, we spent $15,119. And in 2025, we spent $14,495. And with those numbers, obviously that is only parts. There's no time in those costs, there's no time track for shop duties, or obviously those are just parts only, parts and materials.
I don't know whether there's going to be any questions or not here, but Lucas, I have in front of me a listing that you sent to us via email. And from June 26 on through to November 25, so up until today. If I were to say anything, I would say that a great deal of this is maintenance work. We've got tires, we've got batteries, we got filters, we've got cleaning rads and coolers, we've got condenser for the air conditioning. I look at all of that and go, maintenance. I mean, even the bolts on the header, because of wear, I suggest is probably maintenance. What do you pull from this is extraordinary outside of normal maintenance?
What do I pull from it?
Yeah,
Well, it was asked for maintenance and repairs, so I mean, that's based on all maintenance and repairs to that machine.
Absolutely, I respect that, and I know that's what we've got, and that's where I was asking, like, what do you see as extraordinary major repairs?
Nothing to date. I mentioned in the budget enhancement sheets about the ongoing, or I shouldn't say ongoing, sorry, this past summer, the overheating, the hydraulic pumps starting to show some age. I did put in that budget enhancement sheet, I forget what page it's on, how there is cost there for hydraulic pumps, possible engine work. But like I put this information there, so far, all of those items absolutely are maintenance and repairs. But as equipment does age, it gets, obviously, more maintenance needs to be completed. And if something catastrophic happens, such as a hydraulic pump or an engine, I think each hydraulic pump on that machine is about $20,000. Saying that, I know it's a very large ask at $450. We have shopped around a little, or I shouldn't say shopped around, received some quotes from some vendors, and the $450 is a high number. We found some non-current models that are in the $360 range, $360,000. So that is a budgetary number. Like I said before, we have spent some money on this machine, but the concern is that as this thing has, I believe, 12,000 hours on it total, that we could see some significant repairs that could cost a lot more money than just the maintenance and repair items, like I've mentioned here, for 10,000, 15,000, and 14,000 over the last 3 years.
Lucas, I have a bit of experience at machinery, and some of it's old. Some of it's got, well, there's one unit at home that's got 20,000 hours on it. And my position always is, we want to get rid of that machine the day before it blows up, not the day after. The difficulty with any machine is, we don't know when that day is. So one tends to think that new machines give you a better opportunity. And my experience at home was, we had an old machine with 10,000 hours on it. So we bought a newer machine with 2,000 hours on it. Guess which one blew up on me? The new one with 2,000 hours on it. Frustrating. I know your position. You can't argue with your position, because none of us want to be down the machine. None of us want to be out $20, $30, $40, $50,000 for an emergency repair. But yet, in this sheet, over 23, 24, and 25 so far, there's no major out-of-ordinary costs. So in my mind, I'm weighing those numbers back and forth. What's my risk versus what's my dollar value that I need to spend of taxpayers' money? And that's where I am. I'm waffling between those two.
And can I just add a little bit? I mean,
Please, go ahead.
obviously, it looks like, or if we could predict the future, I mean, it looks like we spend probably will be about 15,000 if I run some averages. Like I mentioned before, hydraulic pump goes, it is significant. We do run this machine as much as possible. Like I say, I think our roadside brushing has definitely improved over the last couple of years. With obviously some additional staff through our operating budget, we've definitely increased, and like I say, the hours, I think it's out there way more in the public than what these hours represent. We use it enough. Back to purchasing a newer machine, we did speak to, like I say, mentioned before, I got a written quote from another supplier. The budget is about $360,000. It is non-current, so it's a really good deal. It's a model year 2023. And with that being a non-current and a 2023, they have offered also to have a 5-year, 5,000-hour extended warranty on it. Obviously, there's a whole procurement side through the through that process, but like I said, I budgeted $450, but I do know that there is some equipment that's out there that is non-current. They have some rebates on it.
Thanks, Lucas. Questions from Council Bruce?
So obviously there's some sale value that the machine has. Do you have any idea what that might be?
So speaking to one dealer, like I said, I haven't got into too much depth. We're looking at about $40,000 to $50,000 resale.
And Lucas, just sort of piggyback with Bruce's question, which was stated last week, just to restate it, we're keeping the head that we have, and it'll fit on the new machine and be interchangeable. It's
Yeah, so with the purchase of a new rubber tire excavator, it doesn't come with the attachments. So I believe it does come with a new ditching bucket, but the current brusher that is on the older one would stay with it, because I believe we replaced that rotary brusher in 2020 as a capital investment. That head would be transferred to this machine or our other machine. We're still staffing, still haven't really determined the solution yet, but that is the intent.
Lucas, just staying with that train of thought for a second, is the machine that does the ditching is easier on itself than the machine that does the brushing, or is it the other way around?
Absolutely. So the digging machine with how the throttle is set up, that once the joysticks are in neutral position when the machine isn't working, it idles down as an energy efficient model. So it idles down. Once you start moving this bucket or swinging around or driving it, it idles back up. With this ProMac brusher head on it, because of the RPMs and the way it spins and the hydraulic pressures and flows, you need to have this machine at 75 to 90% throttle. So this machine is running almost wide open the entire life of the machine. So it is harder on the equipment just because of the flows, the demand, and stuff like that.
One would think that taking the newest machine with the best warranty and putting it on the hardest, roughest job might be the way to go to capitalize on investment dollars. Anyway, I've asked a lot of questions here on this particular piece of machine. Any other questions from fellow council members? John?
Just a comment to piggyback on what you said earlier. You know, at the very beginning, I went into a rant about reserves. And I know it's going to be difficult if the money does come out of reserves right now, or the DCs, it will be difficult to build that back up again. It's going to take years and years unless we charge the taxpayers more money to put in reserves. And I feel at this time, because of all this paper you gave us with all these so-called problems with it, myself personally, in my own, and I'll reflect on myself, with my own vehicle or my lawnmower, I have to replace parts on it. And it does cost money, yes. But I'm doing this myself, but I have to budget myself to make sure I don't go into debt to pay for these things. So I have to realize that and say, okay, I gotta make this work. And I drive for another 5 or 6 years, and if it blows up, it blows up. If not, then I still use it to the best of my ability. So I feel by you saying it could blow up, or it could have more parts replaced, yes, the cost, as far as I'm concerned, are minimal when it comes to replacing parts. And I think we should make this machine last as long as we can, because you're replacing hoses, you're flushing rads, you're blowing out filters, whatever. And I think that's the maintenance that will make the vehicle last longer. So that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other questions or comments? Larry?
My only comment is, looking at the expense that we've been putting in for maintenance right now, I'd be willing to risk 25,000 this year on maintenance, albeit maintenance is on another line item. Is it not, Nesrit? That goes to another budget line?
Yeah.
So what does that factor in for us in terms of
So
increase or decreasing?
when we just talked about in the operating budget this morning, one of the components was to reduce my operating budget, my expense and equipment reserve, or equipment repairs, reducing it by $15,000. Because we do have a new snowplow dump truck coming that's supposed to be here in the summer of 2026. And then and I did mention during the operating budget discussions that if this rubber tire excavator wasn't be replaced, I would want to only reduce it by $10,000. So I'd want it. So I mean, I think the maintenance and repair budget overall is about 150,000, 138,000. Yeah, so I think the operating budget does allow for some repairs. Obviously, we plan for it, but if something catastrophic happened, that was a hydraulic pump or the engine, I mean, during our busy season, construction season, we have both machines continuously digging. And if it happened to go down and it was a significant repair, we may be down 2, 3, 4 weeks. I don't know how fast they could replace it. But I only have the information here and trying to, like I said, it is cheaper to maintain stuff, but once it reaches a certain life, do you capitalize on the resale value and then buy another unit?
During the construction process, Lucas, do we ever get 3 excavators running? The 2 rubber-tired excavators, and that yeah, maybe I better not use my appropriate words that I think through, that New Holland backhoe? Does it ever run all three of them at any point in time? To any extent?
No, the New Holland backhoe is used on, I would say, occasionally. It is there to do some miscellaneous cleanup, to do some sign installation, 3-cable guide post repair, but not that backhoe and the 2 rubber tire excavators. I would have to say I don't think they've ran all 3 at the same time.
So in theory, if our excavator, one of these excavators went down, as good or as bad as it is, and I have a very strong opinion on that, that New Holland rubber-tired backhoe could be sent out to do some ditch work, some culvert installation. I'm not using the word effectively or efficiency there because I know better, but it could do a job that it was designed to do when it came here in the first place.
Yes, it could, and if you look at the forecast and the capital replacement, staff have proposed not to replace that. When that machine does come for replacement, the intent is not to replace it because of we just haven't seen the use out of it when it first got here. So there is no plan to replace that New Holland backhoe.
We wouldn't get $100 on it a year, would we, today?
No.
Thank you. Follow-up questions or comments? Larry?
So what my original question was, is if we take the maintenance and add that back into the maintenance line item, 25,000, how does that factor our total cost of the budget? Would it reduce it, increase it, our
So,
budget?
so through you, Mr. Mayor, right now in the budget, we have reduced the budget by $15,000, right? So if this is removed, then it's going to be a reduction of $10,000, not $15,000. So I'll add $5,000 back to the operating budget, and it will take the budget from 6.7% to 6.8%.
But what happens to the reserve if we take out the,
The entire amount will not be removed from the
so
reserve.
it doesn't really affect our bottom line then, does it?
So the 5,000 will impact your levy, but the purchase of the capital will not impact your levy. It will only impact your reserve and DC. Because it's going to be less, we're not taking that money out.
In other words, we're maintaining, or in some ways, one could say, improving the potential of the reserves by not purchasing this machine. And at the same time, we're potentially impacting the levy because we hear our staff saying we should carry an extra $5,000 out of the levy for repairs. And that $5,000 increases our budget by 0.1%.
Yes.
Increases it by 0.1%.
So it doesn't make sense to me. It's all coming out of the same bank,
Well,
but it's increasing our levy if we don't buy this machine.
So and it is a forecast, right? Like, and this machine was forecasted. I mean, we talk about reserves. Either we draw from reserves this year or proposed next year, right? The forecast really for Public Works or the Roads Department hasn't changed, and that's what we're planning for the future. So we delay it, yes, this year, but not saying anything that it was scheduled in 2024 to be replaced in 2027. So we're just kind of going with that forecast and the trend and trying to maintain our assets.
the thing I want to add to that is those dollars that's in reserve today that we may or may not be drawing on, like the levy, are all coming from the same source. They're all coming from that ratepayer outside of this building, and a fair bunch inside here. What I'd like to say, because I hate to say, very much hate, strong word I know, that when we draw money from reserves, it doesn't impact our ratepayer. Well, it does, because that's where the money's coming from. Doesn't necessarily affect the taxpayer's donation for the year we're talking about, 2026. But if we go back to that reserve in the future, and there's less dollars in it then we have to look at going to those ratepayers and saying, yes, we need more money to increase our transfer to that reserve for that particular piece of machine. So I look at it this way, it's ratepayers' dollars. Whether you take it from them today in the levy, or you take it from them in the future, because you took today's money out of reserve, it's all the same person's money. And I feel strongly about that and have preached about that for a lot of years. And no matter what anybody says, and I know Nezrat has an opinion on that, and she put a lot more fact and correction to it than what I just said. Same pot of money being ratepayers' money, whether you take it now or you take it later. If you take it later, you have prolonged the extra going in. Mark?
Some of what you've said is, I agree with. Some of it, I don't necessarily agree with. One is, the price of the machine may not be the same next year as it is this year. And if Lucas can buy this machine for $380,000 or $370,000, that may be a steal compared to what we pay a year or two from now. So I have a little disagreement with that. Second of all, we've just saved $65,000 on the truck itself. So we could save another $50,000 off of this budget by you going, if we could put $400,000 instead of $450,000 on there, if you feel comfortable with that, that would make it $115,000 savings that we've saved in our reserve. Then if you get $35,000 back for this vehicle that you're going to, or this excavator that you're going to trade in, that makes it $150,000 savings that we've saved today on our reserve. So that's, we have to look at those figures a bit. And I don't know how comfortable you are getting that cheaper vehicle or that cheaper excavator, but I would hope that maybe there is that opportunity still.
And like I've mentioned that, and if I can piggyback on that, I mean, I did get a quote for a 2025 excavator, and it was $526,000. So almost $200,000 more versus a non-current, and it is, like I say, brand new. Obviously, we still have to shop around. There could be other manufacturers that have those deals as well. But that number definitely can be reduced because, like I said, it's a quote that was received and it's valid for 30 days. Also, the resale value, I know we don't really show that on these forecasts or these replacement schedules, but there is definitely a value there on the current asset and going back to our reserves. So, like I said, I think Mark made a comment of, at the end of the day, it's about $250,000. I think your note was somewhere around there.
No, it'd be $150,000 savings to a reserve. If you can knock that down to $400,000, put $35,000 back in when you sell your vehicle or your excavator, and we've saved $65,000 for the truck, so included in that. So that's where I am. If you can get that down to $400,000 instead of $450,000, it becomes kind of realistic for me.
May I say something? So, in my opinion, I think the most important question is there a need to buy this vehicle? If council decides that there's no need to buy this vehicle in 26, but there is a need in 26, 27, then reserve is not really, if you look at the capital forecast for 10 years, that's not really being impacted. There will be an increase in maintenance cost, obviously, in 2026 because of it. But we had this conversation last year when we were talking about fire, where the question was, should we push it by a year? That doesn't impact your reserve significantly because when in the long run for the forecast, you're just moving the amount from one year to another. That's just my opinion.
I would say this, a couple of things. First of all, if I can buy 4 pieces of machinery, in my case pickup trucks, if I can buy 4 pickup trucks in a given period of time versus 5 or 6 vehicles in the same given period of time, I believe wholeheartedly I'm saving money with the reduced number of purchases, even though the prices will increase with an extended period of time of the purchase. In respect to the 2026 versus 2027 consideration of this brushing unit, this rubber-tired excavator, I don't believe that because we put on a piece of paper that we should do it in 2027 is the principal reason that we should be looking at. I think our machinery should last until it's financially not logical to keep them. For me, that's not this year, and I can't predict the future, but I'm hoping it's not 2027. I would skin this thing out until I showed on paper that it's not practical to keep it dollar-wise. 12,000 hours is a lot of hours in a lot of people's perspective. No doubt about that. There's a lot of commercial equipment out there. Loaders, excavators, dozers. 25,000 hours on them with good maintenance and upkeep. I'm saying I don't think this item is a purchase for 2026 and may not be for 2027. John or Larry, I kind of cut whoever off, but go ahead. Bruce, did you want to go first?
Looks okay. Well, my thoughts were that a machine, from my experience, that's got 11,000 hours on it, 12 almost, and you're putting another 600 every year, that makes me nervous. The other thing we really haven't talked about is downtime. If you have a major breakdown and the engine goes, or major components, and how much time are you going to lose on this machine, which, you know, when you need it, you need it. It's a machine that we're using obviously a lot, so I get it, it's a lot of money, but I hate to put good money after bad money, which is what you're kind of doing with a machine that's this old with that many hours, if you have another $15,000 breakdown. Well, that's my thinking.
Mark, did you want to go next? Or?
I'm just going to say I agree with what Bruce has said, but I also, you have to remember that this machine's running at high RPMs all the time, not just some of the time. So when it's being used hard, and cutting those trees and branches and so forth cannot be easy on a machine. So I'm with Bruce. I think if we can get it, I'd like to see us reduce the number down to 400,000 instead of 450, if we could do that. But if we could do that, I'm supportive of it.
Thank you. John, Larry, anything further? Okay.
The only thing I look at is if putting that maintenance fee is going to go back into our budget and increase the number we've got. But the other thing is, I still look at that $450,000. That's a lot of money to put out in the first year. And I don't care if it's $25,000 we have to put on maintenance for 1 year. I don't care. It's cheaper to go that way. But the ridiculous part of it is it doesn't impact our net levy, right? And that's what the ratepayers look at. What's our net levy on raising the taxes? So I don't know. I get confused with this sometimes. There's no revenue coming. If I was in business, which I was, if we had a budget like this, we'd say, no problem, let's buy the thing because we'll go out there and we'll get more revenue coming in from new customers. Our customers are not going to, those are it, that's it. We got 11,000 people out there that are paying our bills. We can't go out and get, 15,000 customers. They ain't there. So I keep saying is that, yeah, every year we go and look at these new pieces of equipment at $450,000. And can that affect our net the contribution to the levy or capital contribution? Does that help if we take that $450,000 out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to capital, it does not impact net property tax increase. What it does impact, so let's assume that council says no sorry, let's assume, I'm not going to use this example, I'll use a bigger example. Let's assume there is something that we're asking for $1 million and council says we are not going to approve it. That means we don't need to, in the future, we don't need to transfer $1 million to that reserve, and that money is going to come from levy, right? So indirectly, there will be an impact. If council decides not to approve this project for 2026, and let's assume for the next 5 years, too, then we will not be transferring as much as we are projecting to transfer to this reserve for the next few years. And indirectly, in the future, levy will be impacted in a positive way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So future, not right now.
So we can't reduce that 2.5 in the
The
capital
2.5 is coming from asset management plan. I would highly recommend not to
contribution.
reduce
I know. I'm just trying to figure out if we buy the $450,000 tire thing, it's not going to, it's better to buy the $450,000 than to pay $25,000 for maintenance. I guess that's my summary.
And one could say that. But if one
Well, that's what it works out to.
If one continues to say that, we have all brand-new machinery and all brand-new buildings and absolutely no money left to pay them because the taxpayers are going to be bankrupt. And that's an extreme statement, but it's also a statement that is factual. You cannot do that over and over and over again because there's no money left in the pot to transfer in or out. The ratepayers can't afford to do it. But on a one-line item, you can say, I can buy a new machine because I have the money in reserve and save the money in maintenance. You can say that on a one-line item, but you can't say it over and over and over and over. Okay, any further questions or comments? Is there any motions at this point in time, being the hard question here? Mark?
I'll make the motion to approve the excavator up to a $400,000 budget item.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have a seconder to the motion? Again, the modification here is the critical component to put the motion on at this point in time. So, moved by Mark, seconded by Bruce. Further comments, questions? All those in favor of the motion? Okay, and we do have a request. Daphne, that comes to you, please.
Thank you. Councillor Butter, yea or nay? Can I ask you a
Councillor Butter, may I ask yea or nay?
Nay?
Councillor Davidson?
Nay.
Councillor Levchin?
Still flashing. I'm just going to yell, yay.
Deputy Mayor Williamson?
Nay.
And Mayor Jib?
I think this comes down to a one-person vote, which is mine. Nay.
Defeated.
Okay, Nezrat, moving on.
Mayor Jib, if I could clarify, please. So that motion, as stated and being defeated, has not addressed whether or not this piece of equipment is going to be purchased or approved in the budget.
And that's because of the modification in the motion itself that reduced it to 400,000?
That's right. The motion itself was that the budget for the rubber tire excavator identified in the 2026 proposed budget be approved up to $400,000.
Do we have a follow-up motion dealing with the excavator purchase at the pre-printed budget value? In other words, are we buying this excavator or not? We know we're not buying it at up to 400,000. Are we buying this excavator at any price? And do we have a motion on that? Larry, more motion, please?
Just grab this one. Must be the battery.
That one's a fresh
Okay. So I make a motion that we do not buy the excavator this year. for, well, I think it lists at 450,000. I can't find it here.
450 is the number of the ask in the proposed 2026 capital budget. I can confirm that, it's on the screen in front of us. So it's been moved not to purchase the excavator. Do we have,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may ask, if this vehicle is not, excavator is not approved, then the operating budget will increase by 5,000. So I do need a motion on the floor saying that remove this and increase operating budget by 5,000. The vehicle expense budget for roads department.
So to clarify, that motion would be that the purchase of the rubber-tired excavator be excluded from the 2026 budget, and the vehicle maintenance and repair budget be increased
By
by
$5,000.
$5,000.
That's
well,
right.
that's what the conversation is. Of course, that decision is yet to be made, of
Obviously.
course. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Does the mover want to modify that in relationship to staff's suggestion of the $5,000 going up in budget maintenance for road equipment? So, please go ahead.
I guess my question, Deseret, is what is the increase going to be on our tax, our levy? 0.1%? I don't understand this. So can we decrease it in our capital contribution? Because we're not going to be putting any money into the capital contribution for that, right? I know it's higher finance, and I don't understand that part. That's why I had controllers and accountants on staff.
It is a budget, for 2026, the maintenance and equipment repairs is just a budgeted number. So 5,000 on a $150,000 budget, we have to repair our vehicles anyways. So for 5,000, and rather than changing all these numbers, if we're under budget in 2026, great. If we're over budget, we're maintaining these vehicles anyways, and equipment, I should say.
So can I clarify that? So you're saying you're not going to change the maintenance budget then? It'll stay the same, status quo?
That's what the manager is saying, that.
So there'll be no increase in our levy?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And then I am okay with that.
Okay, so just clarity on the motion, because there's been a lot of debate. Larry, would you state your motion over, please, as you wish it?
That we not, my motion is that we do not buy or purchase the Libra, I can't find it now, excavator at $450,000 that is listed in the budget. Is that understood? What do we have? We'll exclude that from the budget.
If it might help, page 160, Larry, if that's of any advantage to you.
Yes, so the motion is that we will not be purchasing the rubber tire excavator and excluding it from the budget of $450,000. Okay? Is that good enough?
It's been moved. It's a clear motion, I believe. I'm sort of looking at our clerk to confirm it's good. Do we have a seconder to that motion? Seconded by John. Okay. Paul, about questions and comments? All those in favor of the motion? We've been asked for a recorded vote. Daphne, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Butter, yea or nay?
Nay.
Councillor Davidson?
Yay.
Councillor Lovshin?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Williamson?
Yay.
And Mayor Jibb?
Yay.
Motion is carried.
Okay. Moving on. Nezrat, back to you, please.
Can I ask everyone to go to page 161, please? This is identical to what we presented at the meeting last week. Does anyone have any question on the roads projects? Yes.
Repeat or go over it again. Bamsey Drive fence landscaping, is that report going back to council, Lucas?
There will be a discussion at coordinators. Won't come back to the council, but there will be a discussion at coordinators, and then obviously those notes will be circulated to the remaining councilors.
Good, thank you.
Najat, please.
May I request everyone to go to page 162, please? Thank you, Lucas. I'm actually going to be asking our manager of parks and facilities to help me out with this. Last time, we didn't have a chance to go over the detailed budget request for parks and facilities. I'll request Trevor to go through that for us. They are requesting approximately $370,000 worth of projects for 2026.
Thank you, Nazrit. Through you, Mayor Jib. The first project is the Bewdley Arena Chiller. This year will be at 25 years, its life expectancy. We were notified from TSSA 5 years ago that we needed to start putting money away in reserves to replace it in 2026. We've done that, so the funding has been allocated for that project. It is about 8 to 12 weeks from time of order to get it ready, so that's something we want to try and time for as soon as we take the ice out in the end of March. You can answer any questions on that. Okay. Next one is the Bewdley Arena vending. So as stated in some of our operating budget, we have taken over full vending of both the Baltimore and Bewdley facilities for the pop and the vending machines and the canteen at the Baltimore Arena. This is all part of that. Unfortunately, last year I under budgeted the amount that would cost for the vending machines. So we've went forward in 2025 with one in Baltimore. This is for the food vending, not the Pepsi vending. And right now we do not have a vending machine in Bewdley, so we're looking to purchase one to have put in Bewdley Arena at a cost of $10,000.
Go ahead, Larry.
So the return on investment is pretty good in those things, aren't they? We're seeing some.
Yeah,
profits.
we're seeing some pretty good revenues coming in. We're making on the purchase. We make about 40% before any staff time on the vending machines. And with the lack of canteen in Bewdley, the vending machine is important for that facility.
It also improves customer service.
We've got a lot of good public feedback from our vending services, yes. Move on.
I was just wondering, we seem to have as many mics or more mics not working than we do working at this point in time. So when we get done this particular section, I propose that we take a small break and see what we can do with batteries here for the rest of the day.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would ask at that time for a resolution to exceed the time limit provided
Okay,
under the
so-
procedural bylaw. Thank you.
So Nazrat Trower, please continue on. We'll persevere with these mics in the interim.
Next is the Camborne Schoolhouse Playground project. This Camborne Schoolhouse playground was installed in 2000. It is at 25 years now, which is basically the life expectancy of playgrounds. This playground is not in terrible shape. It does meet all the CSA guidelines. However, it does not meet the accessibility guidelines. So this is a project that we'd be funding through the accessibility fund and pursuing funding from the province or some other source of funding for 50% of this project. At a total of, so the total project is $75,000, $37,500 from the accessibility reserve, and another $37,500 from a funding source.
Trevor, other funding source would be grants.
Correct, yes, whether it be
And,
Trillium Grant or various, whatever grants come available.
And if we don't get the grant money, we don't proceed?
Correct.
Thank you.
And I will say that this is the last remaining playground in the township that does not meet the accessibility specs. Next one is replacement of the John Deere 60-inch rotary mower that's housed out of the Bewdley facility. Just so you're aware, there is a mistake on the actually justification. It's not a 2002, it's a 2013. That is 13 years old. It is, we have two mowers in that location. This is the oldest one. We have had some issues with it in the last few years. However, it is still operational, but we are looking at replacing that one this year. The last remaining one is the Baltimore Arena floor scrubber for $20,000. So this machine is used daily at the Baltimore Arena. It's a walk-behind floor scrubber for cleaning the hallway, dressing room areas, the hallway in the arena, more specifically this time of year during the weather getting tracked in. The current one that we have is actually out of service right now and requires major repairs. We're trying to avoid doing that, so we've been doing it with the good old hand mop. We do have a demo in place right now that for the time being until budget's approved and we can move forward with one. So staff would really appreciate that one. And that's all.
Trevor, staying with the,
Sorry, one more.
okay,
Big one. So this one wasn't identified in the 10-year capital plan. It's something that's come up recently, is the sidewalk at the Baltimore Arena. We've had complaints, and we've had a couple people come in tripping on the interlock stone where you walk into the facility. So we have been replacing them. They are an awkward size. We've been replacing them from another location. When we pulled them out, the bottom of them are all deteriorated. So they're getting bad fast. So what we're proposing is to remove all the interlock stone and put a poured sidewalk surface around the front of the building. With that being said, we do have some donation bricks out there that we have to incorporate into that, which will obviously, it was important to the building of that facility, so we'll include that in some form of the concrete that's poured in there.
thank you. I have a question or two, but I will defer to my fellow council members. Any questions at this point in time? Okay, I'll start off. What's our reserves after the, is it 330, 370? After the 370 is taken out, what's our reserve? No, I was right, 330. When the 330 is taken out of reserve, what's our reserve balance?
Sorry. Through Mr. Mayor, if I can ask everyone to go to page 76, please. This 330 impacts a number of reserves. So Parks Reserve is at the bottom. Parks Facility Reserve will have a balance of $117,000 surplus. For Parks Vehicle and Equipment Reserve will have a surplus of approximately $50,000 by the end of 2026.
I heard both positive numbers for reserve balance after we pulled this out.
Both are surplus.
Thank you. Trevor, coming back to you and staying with this train of thought, as I said earlier, just because it's on the capital plan doesn't necessarily mean we have to replace it. Is there any of those items that you've just described that can be set aside for a future year, whether it be 7, 8, 9, or after, to get better value? I'm now adding the word value to my question, to get better value out of those taxpayers' dollars.
I would say if there was one, it would be the mower. for $35,000. We do have 2 mowers. Now, with that being said, they're both used. Given that we have had some issues with it and some repairs, you know, we can accommodate downtime if we had to.
Is there anything else you would add to that list? I know you said there was one, there's just one.
Put that for next year. But you'll ask for it next year. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know, if it is not approved in 26, it will be requested again in 2027. So impact to reserve won't be a significant one.
True, but the same question might materialize then from a future
So
council.
just to go through them quickly, and I know it seems like I have a lot of asks. In recent years, haven't had a lot of asks. They've all kind of come out this year. Bugley Arena Chiller, that's a TSSA regulated. There's nothing we can do. We have to move forward with that. And we've been putting money in reserve for the last 5 years for that, just for that specifically. The Bugley vending machine, we don't have to proceed with it. That's just going to affect, it will affect some revenues in our revenue line, and customer service. It will affect, so that's that one. Camborne's Playhouse, or Schoolhouse project, that's subject to a grant, and the reserve's coming out of accessibility, so no real effect there. And like I said, the mower, the arena floor scrubber, it's, like I said, we're down to the hand mopping right now, so it's a must.
I guess I have a follow-up question. I don't know how soon this budget's going to be approved. And my thoughts are going to that floor scrubber. If we don't get this budget approved very, very soon, could we look at pre-budget approval for that floor scrubber? And I put that out as a rhetorical question at this point in time, but
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the budget is not approved today, then we would request this particular line to be pre-approved.
thank you. Okay, turning to my fellow council members, questions or comments? John?
Just a comment. I think if the vending machine and the lawnmower were taken out of the 2026 budget, that would leave us a better reserve, would it not? Because right now, it's, if you take that out, it's going to be, like you said, around 50,000, it's 49,176. So if that improves it from that up to a certain amount of money, because the next year it's only 39,000, but then you look at the overall value of everything, it goes down again in 2029 to almost $9,000 or $10,000. So we have to start building things up, so therefore if he takes that out for this year, if we have an opportunity to take it out next year because of it might be more revenue coming in from the different facilities, that would maybe offset that. At this page 236.
He's talking about this line, the reserve. May I ask you to repeat the question?
Sorry. If you did take out the vending machine and also the John Deere mower,
Vending machine.
that would put it back into reserves, so it'd make it more than $50,000 back in there. So therefore, you have more money for the next year, and also your facility rentals, or you get a revenue coming in from there, you can also put that, separate that into reserves as well.
So if we don't go with if you remove the vending machine and the mower in 2026, you're assuming that we're not going to get it in 2027, then yes, that will have a significant savings or surplus in that reserve.
Good. Thank you.
Trevor, just to
I think
follow up on that.
The only thing I would speak to that is the vending machine, there is revenue that come in from that, and it is a customer service item, so.
What I did, again, in my type of math, is 2.5-year payback on that $10,000 at 40%. Is that not what you said? You said the vending machine revenue is 40%. So there's a 2.5-year payback on that investment at 10,000.
So we're making 40% on the purchase price of the products that we're putting in there, so.
Okay, so let me change the comment to a question. What's the payback period on a $10,000 vending machine?
I think about 3 years.
Three, okay, not a lot of difference in my original rough math. Okay, thank you. What's your, and I don't know where we are with people asking questions, I'll just keep on going here. The maintenance on the mower that you have here, what's been the maintenance last?
So
Wow.
we've had issues with it just dying out while they're cutting. We've had it back to John Deere twice now. There was some with safety switches that we couldn't locate because there's so many of them on there, but it is running. Safety switches are working at this time. And I think the one other problem we had with it was the injectors. They had to do some work on the injectors as well.
So have we spent $2,500 on it? What would we?
I would say both times it was back, it was about $1,500 each time.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council members? We want to move forward? Back to Nezrat and Trevor?
Do you want me to move to the next department?
No, we want to take a break and see if we can get our batteries rigged up. Okay, yeah, I guess just before we go any further, no further questions or comments?
I don't know.
No, we don't want to move to the next component. Is there any motion? Again, that's the hard question. Is there any motions on this component of this budget? John,
Make a motion to remove the John Deere mower at this time for 2026,
okay?
35,000.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Bruce, moved by John, seconded by Bruce, that we remove the ask for $35,000 John Deere mower for Parks and Rec. Any further questions or comments? Bruce, please.
No, yeah, I just got a rough budget figure, yeah. It's not an actual quote.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, the motion is to remove it, the ask from the budget. All those in favor?
Defeated.
Motion defeated. It remains in the budget. Okay, do we want to move on? No, we want to take a few minute break and see what we can do with our batteries and our microphones, if anything. And we need a motion, we'll do that right now before we leave. Motion to extend, however we worded it, unlimited timeline? Okay, I'm going to extend till 3. That's 3 tomorrow, Nezrat. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to extend our meeting from, be back at 2 and extend it to 3. Moved by somebody. Moved by Mark, seconded by Larry. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, we're back. And one of the little items I learned about our microphones is to keep them away from the back raised portion of our desks, which might help. And we've got to be careful to turn them off when we're done using them, and that means me as well, because if we have more than 3 on, we have shutdown. So, Nezrat, back to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, may I request everyone to go to page 162, please? So we have gone over the Parks and Facilities capital budget. So it's 162. For General Gov, we are requesting a budget of $440,000, and we have gone through that in detail at the last council meeting, at the last special budget meeting. Any question on that page? For Planning Department, they're requesting $60,000 for growth management plan. This is identical to what we presented at the last meeting. Any question on this project? In terms of the library, we are requesting $3,500 for new collection to be funded from DC development charge. This is what we presented at the last meeting. No change from that. Any question on that? If not, Mr. Mayor, that is the end of my budget presentation. Staff is requesting that council approve the 2026 second draft operating budget for the township and building. And in terms of the capital budget, there has been 2 reductions. One for the electric support vehicle, $65,000, and the rubber tire excavator for $450,000. Now, the capital request is for $2.9 million.
Nezrat, I'm looking for my page that deals with our 3 components of budget. Could you turn us to that page and show us what impact we truly have had on this budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you talking about page 53?
Okay,
Is that the
actually,
one?
I had 52 in my head, but if it's that close, then I'm going to go with a yes.
Oh,
Yes, page 53, Nezrat.
yes.
This is what was proposed this morning when we started.
That's correct. No change to this one. No change to the operating budget. We are proposing a budget of 6.7%, factoring in assessment growth of 1%. It is at 5.7%.
Okay, I just want to repeat that. Our efforts today have not changed our operating. We're at 6.7% like we started this morning.
That's correct.
Okay, can you move us to the page in our books where we have accomplished a change in relationship to capital?
Page 160, please. The 2 projects under roads fleet have been removed. So that's worth $515,000. Page 160.
And what impact does that accomplish or not accomplish for us, Nezrat?
It had a significant impact on your reserve. Reserve will have a surplus of $383,000, and DC will have a surplus of $132,000 because of this decision.
Does anyone have questions on this component? Bruce, please.
So if something should happen and that required extensive repairs on that rubber-tired loader, more than what's in the budget, then does that reserve money, can that be moved? So what happens then?
That means you're operating, there will be a deficit for that line.
Thank you.
Any further questions? John?
Yes, Nezrat, you and I just had a short discussion here. Could you explain if we removed any of the roads that are due for road construction for 2026, what would happen to the budget? Or what would happen to the actual carryover with the roads? if they were to be put over to 2027?
Okay. So there are a few components. There are quite a few projects this is related to page 161. Give me 1 second, I'm just going to put, okay. So this is related to page 161. There are quite a few roads project here that's funded from grant. If council removes one of those projects that's funded from grants, we will just take less money. Well, we'll get the money and we will use the fund in the future years with council's approval. There are quite a few projects here that is funded from tax levy. If council decides to remove one of those projects, what will happen, it will reduce the budget for tax levy for the future years also, and there will be a significant impact to your roads because of that. Keep in mind that $250,000 from that line, we transfer it to structure reserve. So on a regular basis, we are actually not spending $860,000, we're spending $610,000 on a yearly basis because $250 is being transferred to the structure reserve, and the forecast shows that we have to continue to do that. If we don't, we will not be able to pay for bridges bridges replacement that we have to do in the near future. So I would highly recommend not to reduce this. Because yes, if you reduce it for a year, you will not feel the impact, but future years you will be. As I've said, in 2024, 2025, and for 2026, we are going to be spending $750,000 less than we would have spent if we didn't have to transfer funds to the structure reserve.
Good, thank you very much.
Nezrat, I'm not suggesting this, but for conversation purposes, I want to share this with our people that's on video and will be watching this at a later time. Under roads, where the first two listed are Joe Oliver Road and Cunningham Road. And if we were to look to the furthest right column on page 161, we see they are funded from the tax levy. And the total of those, again, my rough math, is, I'm going to say $105,000, which I believe to be 1% of our tax increase. So in theory, for the public, if we were to eliminate those two roads, again, I emphasize I'm not suggesting that, but if we were to eliminate those two roads and eliminate those dollars coming from the tax levy, we would take a 6.7% budget down to 5.7, because that 105,000 represents 1% of our overall budget. Would I be correct in that summary?
Your statement is true. It's correct.
Thank you. Again, I emphasize, I'm not suggesting that. That's just for information, conversation, information only. Thank you. Any questions?
May I add just one point?
Please.
So this, if council removes, and I know you're not, but I'm just saying it, let's assume council does, that means that for 2026, you will be spending $358,000 less for roads project.
Nezrat, please take that to the next level. Why does that
Because
number come 358?
Again, the 250 will be transferred to the bridges reserve, right? So maybe in 26 you will not see a difference, but if this continues, you will start seeing differences in the future years in terms of the road projects that we do. We're actually requesting council to increase that tax levy number. Right now, it's $929 because it's increased by $70,000. That was the service enhancement line in the operating budget.
Does everyone understand that? Do we have any questions for Nezrat on those statements?
May I also add one thing? So when this is my 7th year doing budget here, and when I started here, I was told that it is crucial for us to start increasing the budget for the roads project by 70,000 each year, but we have only done that 1 year because we are so cognizant about the rate increase. If we did that earlier, then we wouldn't have to worry about the 250 that we are worried about nowadays.
Oh, I'm not recommending anything because our conversation, the conversation which I just generated, I think, was for our ratepayers. There's the component of, can we eliminate roads and reduce tax levy? Yes. Question is, should we reduce roads considering that we're behind on roads? That's a council decision. And the other component was that those two numbers happen to add up to right around 105,000,
108,000.
which represents 1% on the budget. Those were the components I wanted to share with our people watching on tape. Then the Nesret component added in the other aspects. So, any questions? Any comments? We are presently at 6.7% on capital.
Operating.
Operating.
And factoring in the assessment growth of 1%, it is at 5.7%.
Which is the exact same number we started off at 10 o'clock this morning.
That's correct.
Any comments? Any questions on operating or capital? We have reduced capital. Have we reduced capital at a Band-Aid solution for future? That'll only depend on how our Liebherr excavator lasts. Right. Staff, through Nesret, could you go back to your ask again of approval, please?
So staff is requesting that council approve the 2026 second draft operating budget for the township and building department and the capital budget for $2.9 million.
Do we have a mover to that, please? Moved by Larry. Seconder, Mark. Any follow-up questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion? Motion carries. Motion approved. Although I didn't verbalize it, Daphne, I'm sure you got it previously. Okay, so moving on in our agenda. Is there any media or questions from the floor on agenda items? I don't believe there's a closed session. Therefore, there's no reporting out of closed session. Therefore, we'll move on to the confirmatory bylaw. Prepared motion reads that bylaw 2025-51 being a bylaw to adapt the proceedings of the special council meeting held on the 15th day of December 2025, to authorize its execution be given first, second, and third reading and finally pass this 15th day of December 2025. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Larry, seconded by Bruce. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 15, our adjournment. Prepared motion reads that the special council meeting held on December 15th, 2025 be adjourned at 2:16 p.m. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Mark, seconded by Larry. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And turning to staff that's been with us for 2 days and our visitors that have been with us for 2 days, thank you. And This meeting's adjourned.